got it.
4:31.
And you are on, ma'am. I mean, President Noble.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Yes.
Abeka. I will just text Secretary Bose real quick. But I think, given that it is a minute after 4:30, we can go ahead and get started, as long as there's no objection from the board or superintendent. Okay, so we will call this meeting to order. This is the Santa Fe Public Schools Board of Education meeting for January 13th, 2022. Happy New Year, everybody. It's good to see you. We will start, as ever, with the Pledge of Allegiance and salute to the New Mexico flag in English and in Spanish, as well as the acknowledgement of tribal land. Does anyone feel inspired to lead the pledge or the salute or the acknowledgement of tribal land today? Deputy Superintendent, please, by all means. Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y la república que representa una nación bajo de Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Saludo a la bandera del Estado de Nuevo México y el símbolo Zia de amistad perfecta entre culturas unidas.
Thank you very much. And the acknowledgement of tribal land.
We acknowledge the original people of the land, the Tesuque Pueblo people and other tribal nations, and we ask them to walk with us today as we share and learn together.
Thank you very much, Deputy Superintendent Romero. Appreciate it. Moving on to approval of the agenda. Superintendent, do you need any changes?
We do not need any changes. One quick update, we will not have student board members present tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. And maybe I should have noted at the beginning, we do have all board members present, with the exception of Secretary Bose, who says she is waiting to be made a panelist via text message.
She has been promoted, President Noble.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abeta. All right, welcome, Secretary Bose. We now have a full board. We are on approval of the agenda, and the superintendent noted there will not be student board members present today. So we'll be skipping that item on the agenda. Otherwise, is there a motion?
I move approval.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Dr. Gonzalez, second by Vice President Garcia. We'll go ahead and do a roll call vote as we remember our Virtual Open Meetings Act requirements. Vice President Garcia.
Yes.
On approval of the agenda. Secretary Bose.
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Board Member Anderson.
Yes.
And the president also votes yes. We have approved the agenda. Thank you. Moving on to Roman numeral 2, executive session. Secretary Bose.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to make a motion that the Board of Education go into executive session where we will discuss threatened or pending litigation, Rinaldi versus SFPS, and John Doe versus SFPS, as well as limited personnel matters, the superintendent's annual evaluation, and contract.
I'll go ahead and second the motion. Any further discussion? We'll do a roll call vote. Secretary or Vice President Garcia,
Yes.
Secretary Bozay,
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
and the president also votes yes. We will go into executive session and return on or about 5:30 for the regular session and the rest of our agenda. See you all on the other link.
All right, Alma, I'm gonna go check my mail real quick.
Okay, Board Member Rudy Garcia, you need to jump on the other meeting, and this one, it's just gonna stay live, but with this setting where it says currently an executive session.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're still in the in the other meeting. You need to log off of this one and go into the other one.
Oh, I tell you. How do I get out of this thing? Hold on.
So Joe does this for everybody. Oh, well, this one's on YouTube. Oh, are they?
We're live.
We're live on YouTube, Judge Vihil. Thanks for the plug.
Hi, Judge.
Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. You're out of executive session?
Yes. We'll
Okay.
just wander back in. I see Board Member Anderson. I see Dr. Gonzalez. There's Secretary Bose. Just wait on Vice President Garcia.
Boy, Board Member Gonzalez sure has aged in her picture.
Hey,
It's an old man. Oh, there she is.
yes, I don't know why that came up, but it's my husband's picture and I don't know why it's on here.
I thought
I'll fix it tonight or
I
tomorrow.
thought maybe the job was taking a toll on you.
Well, it kind of is, but it's not that bad.
I mean, when you see that picture, you got to think it's more that I don't know about if she's aged or just changed.
Right.
Early, everybody was saying, who's Patrick Scott? What's he doing here?
All right, well, I'm just waiting on Vice President Garcia. I hope he'll come in shortly, but we do have a quorum. So Secretary Bose, do you want to bring us back from executive session?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I would like to make a motion to bring the Board of Education out of executive session where we discussed threatened or pending litigation as it relates to Rinaldi versus SFPS and John Doe versus SFPS, as well as limited personnel matters, the superintendent's annual evaluation and contract. No actions were taken.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Secretary Bose and Dr. Gonzalez. We will go ahead and do a roll call vote coming out of executive session. Vice President Garcia, are you here? Does not appear to be here yet. Secretary Bose,
Yes,
Dr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
and the president also votes yes. Thank you very much. Moving on our agenda. Gotta figure out what's next. There it is, introduction of interpreter. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Noble, members of the board. Deputy Superintendent Romero, please.
Para servicio de traducción en español, marque 206-451-6064. A continuación, 701-802-5152 y el número de acceso es 4277932 # y por favor mantenga su teléfono en silencio durante la traducción.
Thank you very much, Deputy Superintendent. And Vice President Garcia has joined us again. So we do have a full board. Now, been surprisingly nervous about this. We move on to Roman numeral 4 and the induction of new board members, or really it's new terms for both of us, given that board member Anderson and I are currently serving on the board and did even in 2021. So we will, I guess, do them in order of the agenda. And just to say, we have the honor of Honorable retired Judge Michael Vigil to do the honors of swearing us in tonight. So I want to welcome Judge Vigil and thank him for being here, and note that this is special for me for a lot of reasons, including that Judge Vigil sat in the District 3 seat, the seat that I occupy as a school board member a few years ago. And so it's always nice to have things come full circle, not to mention all of the incredible work he's done for this community. And we'll go ahead and I guess do these in order. And board member Anderson, I don't know if you have anything in particular to say, but this is, as I say, been something I've been surprisingly nervous about and emotional about. So after I take the oath, I will hopefully have the privilege of saying a few words, and then would offer you to do the same, of course. So Judge Vigil, I think you're in charge now.
Okay, who is first? I don't have an agenda in front of me.
Oh, of course. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm first.
Okay.
Kate Noble is my name.
Yes, I know you. I've known you for a long time. It's you mentioned that I served on the District 3 seat, and I was reminiscing about that, and it wasn't just a few years ago, it was 30 years ago. That was a long time. And I was honored that you asked me to do the honors of swearing you in. So with that, I'll go ahead and get started. I do want to comment on both the board members taking the oath today. I know both of them, and the district and the children and families of this district are very fortunate to have two very strong leaders in our community who have contributed for many, many years. And I think we're all fortunate that we will have you two leading us in the next 4 years, especially in this time of uncertainty. But so far, you all have done an incredible job of keeping our children safe and making sure that they're receiving their education. So first, Kate, do you have anything you're going to put your hand on? Or it's not required that you use a Bible or whatever, but if you do, this is the time to put your left hand on it and raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Kate I. Noble,
I, Kate I. Noble,
do affirm
do affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of the state of New Mexico,
and the Constitution and laws of the state of New Mexico,
and to the best of my ability,
and to the best of my ability,
I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the public office which I am about to enter.
I will faithfully and dutifully discharge the duties of the public office I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Judge. I appreciate it. And as I mentioned, in managing my nerves and emotions around taking up a second term, I did put some words to paper, and I appreciate the opportunity to share them.
Okay.
Public schools are the most altruistic, most democratic achievement of our society. They're a collective where people of all ages and origins, staff, community members, and students alike come together to be a part of something bigger than themselves. Schools are incredibly hard work, and the people drawn to this work are some of the most giving and community-oriented among us. I want to say to everyone in the Santa Fe Public Schools, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I'm in awe of what you do and of how it all adds up and of the greatness that we can accomplish together. Thank you so much to voters for a second term on the Santa Fe Public Schools Board of Education. I'm humbled to be a part of this incredible community of professionals who make up the many moving parts of our district. We support the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual needs of the children we're entrusted to educate, providing transportation, clean and safe facilities, meals, wellness and medicine, extracurricular activities, multilingual and multicultural support and education, technology, and much more. We work with contractors, volunteers, and partners. We manage grants and bonds, data, internet, information systems, testing, and audits. We support collective bargaining, athletics, and other extracurricular enrichment programs, as well as green energy and even recycling and compost. Today, the work of education is harder than it's been in a long time. To do it well, we have to insist on higher wages for absolutely everyone: teachers, aides, secretaries, cafeteria workers, bus drivers, administrators, and support staff. We must value all that education brings to our society, which seems so obvious to say, yet it's long overdue to pay appropriately for this work and ensure that the resources are there for us to do it well. It's not too much to say that public schools are the bedrock of civilization, and yet schools have been starved of funding and resources and appreciation roughly forever. Schools represent grossly undervalued labor and have had to endure many misguided experiments in accountability imposed by unimaginative politicians. Schools have been asked to take on more and more responsibilities without the proper resources, and they do it because the children need our help and support. So here we are now, stretched, exhausted, and yet determined to go on. The good news is that many are waking up to or remembering the absolutely essential role of public schools. So let's keep pushing for the funding and the reforms schools need. Looking ahead to a second term on the Board of Education, I remain convinced that we can profoundly evolve public schools, and I remained determined to be a part of that work. I want to tackle the thorny issues of educational reform head on, making our district better at correcting inequities, empowering education professionals to do their jobs well, and becoming more creative and responsive to all children and children with their different learning styles. Public schools were created to support democracy by and for the people, and this calling in 2022 is now both threatened and urgent. By coming together for our public schools, we can stabilize, improve, and illuminate our society. We must do this as a collective, remembering that working together is often challenging, but it's the only way we get truly big and great things done. I cannot think of a better cause than improving public education for my own undying devotion and dedication of life's work. What do we have to save our country and our planet, if not our public schools? This is the best of humanity. Let's fight for it together. And Santa Fe, thank you for allowing me to be a part of this work. I like the silent claps. Thank you. I am so grateful to be here. Okay, now I will mute, take a drink of water, and watch with glee as my colleague, board member Sasha Anderson is sworn in, whom I'm so pleased to serve with. So Judge Vigil, now for board member Anderson, please.
Okay. Ms. Anderson, it's been a while since I've seen you.
Indeed it has. It's so wonderful to see you, Judge Vigil.
That little baby must be 4 years old.
She's three and a half.
Yeah.
For those at home, the last time I saw Judge Vigil, I was very pregnant. So
Yes. Okay. If you'll repeat after me, raise your right hand. I, Sasha Anderson,
I, Sasha Anderson,
do affirm
do affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of the state of New Mexico,
and the Constitution and laws of the state of New Mexico,
and to the best of my ability,
and to the best of my ability,
I will faithfully and impartially discharge
I will faithfully and impartially discharge
the duties of the public office which I am about to enter.
the duties of the public office which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Judge Behill. Thank you.
Yes.
And I do not have remarks prepared, and certainly I am a little glad because they would never have lived up to the remarks that President Noble just made. Those were incredible, and I think worthy of another round of applause. They were really fantastic, and I am honored to be serving with you, and to have your guidance and your leadership. It's truly incredible. I will just briefly say that I am beyond honored to be in this seat. It is something that I never would have imagined as a first grader or as a struggling high school senior, that I would one day be able to help represent members of this incredible community in stewarding our public schools and our and just being a part of this incredible team. It's truly an honor. And I share your sentiment, President Noble, if you don't mind that I copy and paste everything that you just said, which is that we truly are incredibly lucky to be part of such a democratic, inclusive institution, and in particular part of Santa Fe Public Schools, and the support that that comes from the community for those public schools, and the support that the public schools give to the community. And I am ready, more ready than ever, to step into the work of helping shepherd the schools into an inclusive, a more inclusive, I should say, and more equitable future than they are right now, because there has been so much done by the staff and by the superintendent to ensure that the schools are equitable and are inclusive, but to be a part of in any way that I can to ensure that those goals are met. So thank you so much to the voters for allowing me this opportunity. And thank you so much to our incredible district team, and also to my fellow board members for helping me along. I appreciate it.
Okay. Board Member Anderson and President Noble, don't forget to sign the document, the oath. And Ms. Bajar will make sure that it gets filed. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Any parting words of wisdom or sentiments for us and for the whole board as you've seen this? I know even when you stepped off of the board that you've paid attention through all those 30 plus years. And as we go forward from this point into the future, any thoughts you have or want to leave us with are very welcome.
I had a chat with Superintendent Chavez when I went in to sign, and I was remarking at how novel the issues that you all are facing today. In the past, when an issue came up, often you were able to go back to a past board member or someone in the schools that had dealt with that issue. No one has dealt with this pandemic and how to deal with it and how to assure that our children are getting the best education that they can. And that's impressive. And you all have done an excellent job. And in the last 4 years, the improvements in the schools have been remarkable. I follow them carefully. The schools and the school board have a special place in my heart. I often remember the issues that we used to have to deal with, and they pale in comparison to what you all are facing. And you've done an excellent job. And in the last 4 years, there's been pre-pandemic and well, we're not post-pandemic, unfortunately, but during the pandemic, you all have done an excellent job in moving our schools forward. So thank you all. And I will pray for all of you because you will need it.
Yes, we will.
Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. It's an honor to see you. Okay. We have new board terms. Now we move on to item 4B, organization of board members. And so here we are. We need to do this in open session and talk about it together. I would suggest we've done this in different ways. If any board members have strong feelings about how we do this, we'd speak up, but I would suggest we take them one at a time. We start with the office of president, move on to vice president, then move on to secretary, that we entertain motions and any discussion and comments from anyone and just work our way through this sometimes slightly awkward moment.
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead, Secretary or Vice President Garcia.
this is Rudy. I like the leadership that you have led us in the presidency. And if you accept the nomination, I'd like to nominate you to continue as president of the Santa Fe Public School Board.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. I love this job. I would be honored to continue if there's a second for that motion.
I will second that motion. I agree that you have led us very well. I think that we have a lot more work left to do. We have our redistricting and reimagining to do this year, and I think that that is a project that's near and dear to your heart, and I would like to have your leadership while we do that work. And thank you. Thank you for being willing to do it. We appreciate your experience.
I too would like to offer my support for you remaining as president. You've done an excellent job, and this has not been an easy time. And the way you've conducted the meetings over Zoom and everything, it's been great. So I would like to see you continue.
And if you'd like another second, I would also, I fourth the nomination. It's as a new board member, it's been so helpful to have your leadership and your guidance and your mentorship. And I appreciate it, and you're doing a great job.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm really honored. I love this board. It's really an incredible board. So we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote because I think that's what we're supposed to do. We have a motion and a second. And if there's no further discussion, Vice President Garcia,
Yes.
Secretary Bozay,
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
and I also vote yes. Again, thank you very much. I'm honored to serve in this capacity.
Congratulations.
Okay, we move on to the office of Vice President. Any thoughts,
Madam President,
Yes,
I would like to make a motion to nominate Rudy Garcia to continue as vice president.
excellent. I'll go ahead and second that motion. Is there further discussion, thoughts? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Vice President Garcia.
Yes.
And I suppose we should ask you, I assume in voting yes, that is also indicating your willingness to serve as vice president going
Yes. Yes.
forward. All right. Secretary Bozay,
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
and the president also votes yes. Congratulations, Vice President Garcia. Moving on to the office of Secretary. Yes, Dr. Gonzalez.
I'd like to move that Sarah remain in that office as secretary.
Excellent.
I'll,
I'm very,
I'll second that.
go ahead. All right, we have a motion by Dr. Gonzalez, a second by Vice President Garcia. Secretary Bozet, are you willing to continue serving as secretary?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
Just on that note, Madam President, you might as well get your pen ready, Mrs. Secretary, because we have a lot of graduates this year. So you got to sign every one of those diplomas and all the other documents you're responsible for it. Congratulations.
And I would just say, Secretary Bozet, you have been wonderful in this role. And I appreciate you continuing to serve and do all those things and sign all those things and always respond when there's something needed. So it's been a pleasure.
It's my honor.
Well, go ahead.
It's my honor. Thank you.
All right, we'll do a roll call vote. Vice President Garcia,
Yes.
Secretary Bozet,
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
and the president also votes yes. Congratulations, Secretary Bozet.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving along. We now get to lots of fun in the school board showcase, and we start with Aspen Community School. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Noble, members of the board, and once again, congratulations to you all. Very well deserved, and we look forward to continuing our partnership together on this journey. It's my pleasure this evening. Our first school board showcase this evening is Aspen Community School, and there she is, Miss Principal Tina Morris.
President Noble, Vice President Garcia, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez, and cabinet members, thank you so much for the opportunity to participate in the monthly showcase. The hardest part for me was deciding what to show off. My name is Tina Morris, and it has been my privilege to serve the Aspen community for the last 3 years. To say I've been impressed by the commitment and professionalism of the Aspen staff, families, and student body is just a huge understatement. The Aspen staff have been engaged in school transformation work with the Santa Fe Center for School Transformation for the last 3 years. This has been with the support of Deputy Superintendent Romero and the cabinet, and I want to thank you guys so much for 3 years of quality professional development. Thank you. The board members have seen our compelling purpose, which drives all that we do, and the principles of practice that were developed by our staff members. All of this work supports the mission and vision of the Santa Fe Public Schools and offers students and teachers the opportunities to develop the attributes of a graduate that you have defined. The principle of practice being showcased tonight is our commitment to cultivating a culture of scholarship, helping students feel urgency and pride in doing quality and meaningful work. Tonight you will see, unusually, an academic showcase. Our 5th grade students have been studying social injustices. The students have written pieces of nonfiction, and a few of them have selected their favorite excerpts to share with you tonight. I think you will agree that these students are developing these graduate attributes. They exhibit a love of learning, they are becoming civically and socially responsible, and they are becoming more academically proficient. By the way, the teacher of these students just completed her dossier with the support of Vanessa Angel and is now a level 3 teacher. Congratulations, Miss Whitney. I hope you enjoy this presentation. I'm not sure if I'm showing it or someone else. Nope, Cody's got it. Okay.
Hi, my name is Shannon Whitney, and I'm a fifth grade teacher at Aspen Community School. You're going to hear 4 students reading excerpts from historical fiction stories that they wrote. We spent a unit in reading and social studies learning about times of injustice in history and the real-life superheroes who stood up against injustice and made a difference during those times. And students wrote corresponding historical fiction stories. This work aligns with the principle of practice at our school to cultivate a culture of scholarship, helping students feel urgency and pride in doing quality, meaningful work.
Can you lift that dear blanket, ma'am? The unknown man commented. Yes, sir. I heard my friend Remy stammering with fear as she spoke. I felt the heat of the sun push against my skin. I felt like my heart had exploded. I'm glad he hasn't seen me yet. All clear, sir. He spoke calmly as he rolled over the apples on top of me. He gasped. I heard him say one last sentence. Get her out of here before my chief comes. He pushed the carriage and we started going drastic speeds down the Amsterdam streets. I saw the same familiar grin once again. Is that the same man I saw earlier? I wandered in my head for a little longer than I had before. Who was this man? If it is, why didn't he just arrest me when he had the chance?
What do you think? What are you thinking? Now is not the time to rest, my general had shouted. As I staggered up, gunshots piercing my ear, and the green plantation grass filled with blood. As I was running, my eyes slowly closing, I had suddenly dropped, my musket hitting the ground, and feeling my bayonet pierce my leg.
It's time to go. My feet were already hurting, but I had to keep going. There was no time to stop. The dogs were out and they can smell everything. All I had to do was run and run. I was trying to keep going, but the ground was cold. There was a lot of trees and leaves and rocks were poking my feet. A glass cup was broken, and then I felt a pinch, and that was when I saw a light red on my foot. I was hurting, but that didn't stop me. My heart was pounding hard like it was about to come out. But my brother was important. My body was cold, I was hungry and thirsty, but all I could do was run. My name is Aubrey, and my story is based off of the Underground Railroad. Just one more step, I muttered. Leaving my dream, I opened my eyes to the side of my mom. We have to leave. Now, she said urgently. Why? Come on, my mom replied in a loud whisper. I stood up, stopping her. Where are we going? To the north. Running away? I asked, surprised. As we left the plantation, it was the only home I've ever known. Then, thinking back, I saw my papa on the auction block. Sold. I don't know if he's alive, dead, happy, or miserable. The thought of it made me walk faster.
That was wonderful.
Right? Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for being here, Ms. Morris. Really appreciate you and the work you do. Aspen is such a gem. Okay, moving on to our next school board showcase. We now have item B, the El Dorado Band. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Noble. Once again, it's my pleasure to introduce our district music coordinator, Miss April Pickrell.
Welcome, Ms. Pickrell.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for having us tonight. Maurice Norman is the band director for El Dorado Community School and has served in music education for 34 years and Santa Fe Public Schools for 4 years. His bands, 6th through 8th grade, continuously earn superior first division ratings at local and state level contests. This year, 27 El Dorado students were selected for the North Central New Mexico Honor Band. This is the largest number of students selected from a single school, middle and high school. Out of the 27 students, 7 earned a first chair position. Way to go. In the words of Mr. Norman, there is a great quote from Garrison Keillor, quote, nothing you ever do for a child is wasted, end quote. It has always been my hope that my students will take something valuable away from their time with me, which will benefit them and their future. Herbert Hoover said, quote, children are our country's greatest natural resource, end quote. My passion has always been to help cultivate these resources through the culture and disciplines of music education, by Maurice Norman. I hope you enjoy this performance from the 7th and 8th grade advanced band playing Marzo Zinger by Russell Standridge.
Fabulous. And I love the intro, Ms. Pickrell. Thank you very much. It's lovely.
Madam President.
Yes, go ahead, Secretary Rose.
Thank you, Madam President, Superintendent Chavez, and members of the board. I just wanted to say that because my children go to school at El Dorado, I have spoken with Mr. Norman and they've experienced his wonderful teaching style, and he really lives into those quotes that Ms. Pickrell shared. And that just doesn't sound like a 7th and 8th grade band. Like, they're so high quality and they're so wonderful, and the kids just love it. There's enthusiasm and inspiration, and he really just knows that the kids can reach that potential, and it's so inspiring to see, and that was incredibly enjoyable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us again. We'll be back soon.
Yes, look forward to seeing you again soon. Okay, moving on to Roman numeral 6 on our agenda, public forum. Superintendent.
President Noble, members of the board, this evening, Cody Donarski, our Public Information Officer, will take us through public forum.
I apologize. For whatever reason, I could not find my Zoom anymore. Good
No
evening,
worries.
board. Good evening, board president, members of the board, and Superintendent Chavez. There are 5 people signed up for public forum comment tonight. Rules for public forum. Please listen and speak with respect. No uncivil conduct will be permitted. Please do not discuss any specific student who is not your own. There will be no sharing of time. Self-monitor and observe the 3-minute time limit. I will give you a 30-second warning when your time is almost up. Public commentary and dialogue is allowed only during public forum, not throughout the meeting. Please search for answers on common ground. You may speak on any topic, whether it is on the agenda or not. Your input will be taken into consideration. Please be advised that the board may discuss your issue during the meeting, but by law, the board cannot take action on items that are not on the agenda. Please do not discuss employee matters which may result in disciplinary action. Instead, notify the employee supervisor, the Human Resources Department, or the superintendent. There we go. All right. The first comment is from Simone. Hello, I'm a student at Santa Fe High School and really would appreciate the asynchronous day because we are so understaffed. We are just wasting our time with subs and or not teachers at all. We are not learning anything more than we would without 1 day of school. The fact is, if we're not going online because we just can't scrape by with doing that, then why not make a hard situation easier? Please take my request into consideration. It would be greatly appreciated. The next comment is from Diane. It would be nice if schools made it easy for a family that chooses to keep kids home for a week or 2, like right after the holidays or because of concern of COVID exposure, to do remote learning. At least that family is trying to do the right thing to reduce the spread, and they should be supported in that. There are many families that have no good options when remote learning is the only option. If the schools are the only thing that shuts down, not businesses and workplaces, then the majority of those kids are not staying isolated at home, especially when shutdowns happen on short notice or last indefinitely long. This puts schools in a difficult place, and I certainly can't think of solutions that would make everybody happy. Increased flexibility in the attendance policy of schools would help. The next comment is from Carol Tyroller. I am disheartened at the decision to go remote, and I believe it is not good for our kids. There are protocols and procedures that should be followed, including if kids are not vaccinated, they should not be allowed to attend a public school, wearing N95 masks, and ensuring kids and teachers who do not follow the rules are not at school. I'm very disturbed that the very poor management by the superintendent of sending out a message the previous week stating that there was no intention of going remote, then 4 days later tell us, in fact, that this was the plan. Your communication is poor and your management is not sound. From a very unhappy, educated parent of Santa Fe High School. The next comment is from Martha Jackson. It is incredibly disheartening to hear that the local teachers union is pushing for asynchronous learning on Fridays for Santa Fe Public Schools. We now have almost 2 years of data to show how ineffective online learning is and how harmful time away from in-person instruction is for students of all ages. How can we be here again? Unfortunately, the teachers union has shown over the last 2 years that they are not out of step with the CDC. That they are out of step with the CDC, science, data, logic, and the needs of Santa Fe Public Schools, children and families, and every doctor, epidemiologist, and psychologist who has anything to say on COVID in schools. Noting this, I address my comments to our Santa Fe Public Schools board and to our superintendent and his staff. Please do what is best for our children and families and do not shorten our school week. The CDC has reiterated that schools should be in the absolute last institutions in our society to close. Of course, staffing issues cannot be helped And here I'd like to note that the CDC's updated guidance for 5 days of quarantine, down from 10, for asymptomatic contacts of COVID positive individuals, which, if followed, would greatly reduce the number of absences of teachers, staff, and students. Staffing issues can and should be addressed as needed and not preemptively, given the harm that time out of school causes. The NMPED guidelines also say that schools should be shut down as a last resort on a school-by-school basis, considering staffing and COVID cases individually and not entire districts. Please do not disregard what is best for the students of Santa Fe Public Schools. Your duty is to our students. I cannot understand why Santa Fe Public Schools would even consider this proposal for Friday remote school. It cannot be justified on any basis. I suggest that if teachers are experiencing burnout and the union wants a 4-day week, SFPS can add those Fridays of missed instructional time to the end of the year, along with the 4 days this coming week, so that our children are given the effective in-person instructional time that they need and legally entitled to. The continued approach to giving in to the teachers union at the cost of our students and families will only lead to continued decrease in enrollment numbers. Further, I find it disturbing that the union and the district are negotiating any of this without direct input of students and families. Where are we, the students and families, represented in these matters? How is our input less important than that of the teachers union? Again, I urge you not to shorten our school week at direct detriment of our students and families. Thank you in advance for your consideration. And then the last comment tonight is from Mateus Sayer. Pull up my timer. Done this a million times, and why I don't have it ready to go is beyond me. Members of the board and Superintendent Chavez, I submit this comment as a parent of 4 boys, 3 of whom are enrolled in Santa Fe Public Schools, and more generally as stakeholder interested in the well-being of not just my children, but so many Santa Fe Public School students that I know and whose well-being, both short and long-term, I care about. While I am not privy to the internal dialogue of district decision makers, I imagine that the decision to send children home beginning next week for what we are referring to as remote learning was not made capriciously. Nevertheless, I think I can say we, parents, guardians, and similar stakeholders, are left wondering why and how our district is sending students home when so many others are not. Why our district is implementing a district-wide decision to send approximately 11,000 students home rather than implementing necessary and appropriate adjustments on a school-by-school and even class-by-class basis. As noted in the New York Times, to be clear, there are some hard decisions and unavoidable trade-offs. COVID can lead to hospitalization or worse for a small percentage of vaccinated adults, especially those who are elderly or immunocompromised, and allowing children to resume normal life could create additional risk. The Omicron surge may well heighten that risk, leaving schools with no attractive options. For the last 2 years, however, many communities in the U.S. have not really grappled with the trade-off. They have tried to minimize the spread of COVID, a worthy goal absent of other factors, rather than minimizing the damage that COVID does to society. They have accepted more harm to children in exchange for less harm to adults, often without acknowledging the dilemma or assessing which decisions lead to less overall harm. Children fell far behind in school during the first year of the pandemic and have not caught up. We haven't seen this kind of academic achievement crisis in living memory, said Michael Petrel of the Thomas B. Fordham Institute. Many children and teenagers are experiencing mental health problems aggravated by the isolation and disruption of the pandemic. 3 medical groups, including the American Academy of Pediatrics, recently declared a national state of emergency in children's mental health. Suicide attempts have risen slightly among adolescent boys and sharply among adolescent girls. Gun violence among children has increased as a part of a broader nationwide rise in crime. Behavior problems have increased. Schools across the country say they're seeing an uptick in disruptive behaviors. For the last 2 years, large parts of American society have decided harming children was an unavoidable side effect of COVID-19. And that was probably true in the spring of 2020 when nearly all of the society shut down to slow the spread of a deadly and mysterious virus. But the approach has been less defensible for the last year and a half, and we have learned more about both COVID and the extent of children suffering from the pandemic restrictions. Earlier this week, Dr. Sarah Boyd, chair-elect of the American Academy of Pediatrics Council on School Health, noted that in response to the question asking, what are the criteria that need to be happening that would cause you to say we need to go into remote learning? We want to avoid blanket decisions that are across the entire district to close, and I'm not sure that there is a threshold that would make me do that across a large district. I urge the district to reopen schools on January 24th, consistent with its published intent or prior to deciding anything to the contrary, to engage with stakeholders beyond the teachers union for input on the matter. And the 3-minute time limit is up. And that is the last comment for public forum. And I apologize, I didn't realize my framing was so bad.
Thank you, Mr. Donarski. You did very well, despite whatever you have said your issues are. That was great. Appreciate it. Okay. Moving on to Roman numeral number 7. We have our union update. Is Ms. Mayer here?
Yes.
Hi,
Hi,
welcome.
good evening. Hi, everyone. Being an educator during a pandemic continues to be exceptionally challenging, worrisome, and exhausting at times. Our staff has and will continue to go above and beyond for our students as we transition to remote learning. We are confident that we will continue connecting with our students and our families while providing quality instruction online. To our staff that are ill, please know that we are behind you and need you to focus on getting well so that you can return to us and our district schools and work sites. Public education is the foundation of democracy, and we must preserve it. We must rally together to preserve it and maintain it. It is what makes our society function and lays the groundwork for our children's future. It still is a noble profession. I know you share these values with me and instill them in your students daily. We will get through this difficult time. We're stronger together. Your union appreciates you and all that you do for the students of Santa Fe Public Schools in our community. Just as our students require stability and compassion, Santa Fe Public School employees require stability in their workplace. That is why NEA Santa Fe supports extending the contract of our superintendent, Hilario Chavez, moving forward. Superintendent Chavez leads with determination and compassion. He works collaboratively with the union leadership and his team. And we are grateful to have him and to have his commitment to Santa Fe Public Schools. I just want to address a few of the comments that were directed at the union. And just briefly, I understand folks are frustrated and we are frustrated as well. We are trying to do the best that we can to stay open and have in-person learning, but we do believe that we've learned a lot over the last couple of years in terms of providing quality instruction remotely. There's a lot of criticism about our ability to sort of maintain all of these things all at the same time. That's a lot of a lot of things being put on the backs of teachers, and it's a societal problem, and it's certainly a worldwide pandemic that we have no control over. And we are doing everything we can to stay well, to maintain decorum in the classroom when behaviors are out of control. We are trying to get kids materials, get them engaged, make sure they're functioning as best as they can, given the grief and loss they've experienced. And while trying to also provide for our families and our health and well-being as well. We've gotten to a point where, unfortunately, we had a lot of vacancies. We also are experiencing many breakthrough cases. Many of our staff that are sick have breakthrough cases. They're not, they are actually sick. And so to say that they're quarantining for longer times than what's required, which really just got pushed out recently and wasn't even adopted by our state until like yesterday. So we opened a week earlier than like Albuquerque Public Schools when we came back. So I think that other districts will be feeling this at the end of the week, just as we did through a week of coming back, because with the holiday, many people were out and it didn't register on our website because the PED didn't require for us to post those staff that were not on campus while infectious. Well, so it's a very difficult, challenging time, and we ask that the community extend us some courtesy to recognize that we are doing what we can in the best interest of our students. Our proposal for the 4-day week was to sort of give it an opportunity to some of the staff who've taken on extra responsibilities to have a break a little bit so that we could, come back together and try to figure some of that out. Obviously, we collaborated with the district and had pushed out a different proposal, which we think isn't actually a stronger proposal. And just so that everybody is aware, our elementary school have a half-day Friday currently. So one of the considerations for the Friday was knowing that, because our students 12 and older can stay at home by themselves and our young ones cannot. And so there's often other arrangements being made on Friday for our children, and that was a little bit of our focus. But I think in terms of going fully remote for the next week and see where we are at the end of it, is probably a more sound decision for us as a district. And I think there'll be many districts that will run into similar situations. I'm not going to speak to all the issues regarding that there isn't available testing or tests to stay for our students. The superintendent has covered that. And so I just wanted to address that a little bit, because I want the community to know that, we didn't know we were going to be in this place. We thought we were back, we were boosted, we were good. We thought we'd maintain in person and things would improve. We had no idea there would be a variant that would happen that would put us at risk again, and our students at risk, and our vulnerable populations that can't be vaccinated. And so in terms of safety and having adults, enough adults to supervise and provide appropriate instruction, I don't think we have that currently. And hopefully in the next week, people will start to improve and can return. And maybe staying home will also help the spread of what's happening in our community. We had the highest numbers of cases in the state that we've had today. So I think that we have to make hard decisions, but we're doing the best that we can to work with our community to satisfy those educational needs at home. And I'm excited to incorporate the technology and the other things that we've been doing. I think, some of the work that our educators have done is really creative and awesome. And I know all of the teachers I'm talking to, including myself, are running around trying to say, okay, well, how do we provide some materials and other things to really complement the online learning and the lessons we prepared. But beyond that, we are going to have in-person synchronous instruction and assist students and read to them and do all the normal things that we do. It'll just be using a technology, a device, which our students are experts at this point. Those of them that have been around in the last 2 years. My students run circles around me with it. So I'm sure that that's happening throughout our district. So I'm confident that our kids will engage in ways that they remember and also enjoyed, and will participate in ways that improve their learning throughout this time. So that the other issue, well, the other thing I wanted to talk about was the NEA Santa Fe Community Art Build, which is happening this weekend. Thanks for putting that up. So this is a community event at Milagro Middle School. We're going to be masked and socially distant. There's many outdoor work spaces. So for those people who are nervous about being indoors, most of the spaces are actually outside. It's a brand new school with a beautiful facility, and we're looking forward to making signs and banners and street art that support public education, affordable housing in our city for our workforce, access to childcare for not only our educators that work for Santa Fe Public Schools, but the community at large, for better wages to attract and retain staff, for affordable health insurance, for smaller class sizes and improved staffing, and for access to prep time. So this event starts tomorrow, Friday, January 14th from 5 to 8. And then Saturday is our big day, January 15th from 9 to 8 p.m. and Sunday, the 16th from 9 to 8 p.m. There's a national artist, Fabiana Rodriguez, and local artists that are part of the expression of this artistic kind of work to advocate for our public schools. And I hope that people join us, and then we'll use this work and the art that's created at a rally at the Roundhouse on Sunday, January 23rd from noon to 2 p.m. Please save the date. Please attend with your children, and I hope that the community turns out in support of public education and the staff and students of Santa Fe Public Schools. So I look forward to seeing all of our board there as well. Really excited. I have a piece that's going to be a picket sign that I designed for this particular rally and for this particular event, and I'm excited about seeing that printed, silk screened, and we have huge banners. David Sloan is a local artist that went to our schools and worked with the students in my class to produce silk screens, and his work is being highlighted as well. So come for an hour, come for the day, experience what it is to make art, and with advocacy in mind. So we look forward to everybody coming tomorrow and Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mayor, and appreciate the advocacy, the reminders, and the attentiveness to safety. So thanks very much. Okay, moving on our agenda, we come to student board members announcements and follow-up. And of course, we don't have our student board members tonight, so we will keep going. Board announcement and follow-up. I can start with the Staffing Crisis Committee. Really, it's a committee that is looking at the housing issue. And want to thank Vice President Garcia, who attended with both his hats on as a school board member, I'm sure, and as a county commissioner. We did have a brief, small meeting pulled together by the Santa Fe Housing Action Coalition. And Commissioner Garcia was there, as was the superintendent. The mayor, Councillor Sig Lindell, also attended, as did someone from HomeWise, the head of the Housing Trust, and the city's affordable housing person. So we had a lot of political will and a lot of affordable housing knowledge in the room. There were some distinct recommendations and action items to look at potentially the Santa Fe Public Schools doing a demonstration project that would generate at least a few units and potentially signal our commitment to housing educators in this community. There was a lot of talk about the importance of teachers, but also other folks who work in education being able to live and work in this community, that we don't just focus on one category. And ultimately, there was talk about really coming, and there was talk about working on a resource sheet, which has already been begun, to look at what is available at what incomes, because unfortunately a lot of our folks, including teachers, often fall into the gap where they make just too much to qualify for some of the affordable housing programs, but not enough really to meet the market rates of housing in our community. And if you've noticed the news recently and some of the statistics out there, our housing prices are really just going up, and wages are not keeping track. So the wages are not keeping up with the cost of housing in this community, more so even than in other places. It's really rough. There's another meeting being scheduled for next week, I believe, and we'll keep plugging away and certainly bring anything to the board and continue to update the board. I think one of the key things is that fair housing and affordable housing laws and regulations coming from HUD at the federal level can restrict the sort of special categories of, in other words, it makes it hard for the city to target just teachers. But if the Santa Fe Public Schools were to use land and own and be in a different position of ownership, then it does change the game. So we're trying to figure out how to thread the needle between the city's affordable housing expertise and resources, and how we as the Santa Fe Public Schools might be active in really bringing resources to the table that can be targeted at the educational staff that we're responsible to and working with. Vice President Garcia, anything to add there?
No, well, not just a little bit, I guess, Madam President. Actually, like you said before, this is actually something that has been needed to be brought forward throughout the community of Santa Fe. Anywhere from, city, county, schools, we all have the right intent, but I think this was actually a great resolution that you got all three governing bodies to bring it forward and approved by all governing bodies. And Santa Fe County is committed, talking to my other hat on, Santa Fe County is committed to attending these meetings and doing whatever we need to do to help out with this, because I said in my last board meeting, and just the housing and the construction and the price of it going up, and affordability is questionable for all of our local residents, is definitely, as well as our school individuals that work for the schools, anybody that works for the schools, and Santa Fe County as well. But this was a great meeting. Like she said, there were some good politicians, political individuals in there that actually are going to bring it forward. But Joseph Montoya, who actually does work with Santa Fe County, he will be committed to this. He has some extensive background, as the president does, in affordable housing throughout this community. But thank you, Madam President.
I just like calling him the godfather of affordable housing in Santa Fe.
That's actually Joseph, because Joseph has an extensive background in affordable housing. And for affordable housing, he was actually very instrumental in bringing the community forward to get some affordable housing. But I'm glad to have him here at the county, but he is committed to working with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other board announcements, follow-up? Okay, seeing none. no- Oh, go
Just-
ahead.
Just in regards to, thank you everybody that gave us the cards. It was interesting with the band from El Dorado. What a great, enormous band. And we actually did get one of these from the music, which actually has some very good quotes on there. And it basically, some of it says from John B. King Jr., who was the US Secretary of Education back in May of 2016, basically talked about how music actually helps and enlightens children throughout the country. And just, I know several individuals that have attended band. And the band at El Dorado is like, whoa, very good. And for that many of individuals being first chair, that's awesome. But just wanted to thank everybody that did give us some greeting wishes and holiday wishes throughout this last year, and glad to be back and happy to be back for this next year. And let's see what the situations as Grace brought forward, the issues that we have moving in front of public schools. So we have our superintendent, his team, and his entire team. Thank you all for what you did last year. I know it's been a challenge, a struggle for us, but let's keep moving forward. And I welcome our new board members. Some of them have been here. Thank you for the nomination for vice president, and I look forward to working with everybody. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay. Next on the agenda, we have Roman numeral 10, superintendent announcements and follow-up. Superintendent.
Thank you, Board President Noble, members of the board. Quite a few length follow-ups this evening. It's been, a little over a month since we met last. So our first one, our monthly COVID update, as we were asked to bring this forward every month regarding teachers and staff boosters. We're currently receiving those information from all employees, volunteers, and contractors. They do have a deadline for this information to get to us. It's the 17th of January. It's just around the corner. On the 18th, the Office of Student Wellness and Ms. Sue O'Brien will be reviewing the responses, and we'll be able to respond as to how many boosters a month for staff. As we're talking about the decision to go remote, as we announced, Santa Fe Public Schools and the district offices will be in remote next week, starting Tuesday following the MLK Day. We announced this on Tuesday, January 11th, in hopes that families will be able to plan appropriately with this lead time. In-person learning is set to resume Monday, January 24th, if conditions approve and support is in place for a safe return. We're seeing a significant spike in COVID cases, as President Mayer mentioned today. The state announced it's been the highest number of positive cases that we've ever seen, but it's also within our communities and our schools. Student and staff health and safety are our greatest priorities. So now is the time to take a pause to allow cases to settle. Again, too many staff, teachers, drivers, custodial staff, student nutrition workers, administrators are quarantining, making the safe operation of schools risky. With staff shortages, that is also placing extreme stress and additional duties on those who remain at work. We are currently unable to provide adequate coverage due to the increased number of staff absences. Testing and contact tracing requirements by the state are also a part of this decision. The state provider, PMG or Premier Medical Group, cannot currently meet the demand for surveillance testing for staff and test to stay for students. Many parents have opted for their children to participate in test to stay, but the provider was unable to consistently provide testing. We have also, just for note, hired 2 additional contact tracers, and our receptionist here in ESC will be training next Tuesday to help with this effort. Last Friday and this Monday, P&G was unable to provide test-to-stay testing throughout many schools. One issue regarding PCR tests, which are required for symptomatic people who are sent home sick, a PCR test is required for them to return to school or work. Currently, there are no rapid PCR tests available. We did get that notification again today, which means P&G is using lab PCR tests, which can take up to 48 hours or longer to receive back. This means that there will be a delay in getting our staff and students back in school or their place of work timely. We have asked PMG if it can process the laboratory PCR tests and we're waiting back to hear from them. PMG staffing has also been part of the problem, and we've addressed that with them. They've hired additional staff, and we're starting to see reduced lines in our Aspen neighborhood, given what we believe the opportunity for students and staff to test at our sites quickly. We're considering a new testing site as well in collaboration with PMG and the state at one of our campuses, which we believe will reduce demand at the La Madera testing site near Aspen. We've also investigated the need for security, porta potties, and also giving the individuals who are waiting in long lines up to 3 or 4 hours the opportunity to take advantage of this. I want to provide you with a few numbers as we mentioned during our news release. Last week, we ended with 361 cases involving students and staff. That for us was the largest for a week's worth of positive cases. And we're continuing to investigate those to determine which cases were positive while on campus. Since January 3rd, we've identified 125 people who are positive while on campus, with the rate of that spreading quickly. 10% of those cases are likely coming from the spread within schools, which is a direct reason why we need testing in place. 64 staff members are in FMLA, with a fair number of those out due to anxiety. And again, we're wondering and trying to figure out if that would even last longer than a week. This is a new number that we had not shared until we researched the data today. We had 100 students absent yesterday due to COVID. And again, it could be positive cases, it could be close contact, but again, that's a very large number of individuals that have to be absent due to COVID. Also yesterday, the state reported 488 new cases in Santa Fe County, and also identified 87507 as the 6th largest zip code for COVID cases in the state. On Wednesday, there were 201 COVID cases in 87507, which represents 41% of all cases for Santa Fe County. Our dashboard, the Santa Fe Public Schools COVID dashboard, is being adjusted to include cases not infectious while on campus. Last week, due to the surge in cases, our dashboard numbers were not current. We want our community to provide we want to provide this information to our community so they have a full picture of COVID numbers. During this pause, we need parents to vaccinate and boost themselves and their children, limit large gatherings, and properly wear masks for their protection and the safety of others. Testing will be available for staff and students next week at 4:30 La Madera. Staff surveillance testing, which will be antigen tests, will also continue at the technology department on Mondays. Also, the next FEMA vaccination clinic for Santa Fe County is occurring today through Sunday at the Powake Fire Station from 10 to 6 each day. Pfizer vaccine is administered for all age groups and the booster will be offered. On a positive development is that Santa Fe Public Schools is now CLIA approved, which means once all requirements are met and vaccines received, we can begin administering vaccines in our district. So again, we have received our CLIA waiver and we need to be trained and the vaccines have to be received so we can offer that within our facilities. Again, we have not acted in a vacuum when we're making this decision. We've notified the PD in advance of making this announcement yesterday and made sure that everybody was aware of what we were going through within the district. Our Office of Student Wellness, through Director Sue O'Brien and Lead Nurse Anita Het, has frequent discussions with the New Mexico Public Education Department and Department of Health, including on the 10th of January, when we couldn't have been more clear about the concerns regarding testing. Again, PMG officials who are the state vendor and also running our sites were also present. You know, essentially, as we've mentioned numerous times, even last school year, our Office of Student Wellness has become an extension of the Department of Health. And I want to personally thank our Miss Anita Het and Miss Sue O'Brien and their entire staff who work countless hours and all days of the week to keep students and staff safe. Again, I want to really thank them from the bottom of my heart and their staff because I do get notifications and I know they are working on Saturdays and Sundays. I just got a notification. The CLIA waiver allows us to test, not vaccinate. That was my mistake. So it's really for us to test and not vaccinate. Planning for next week. Parents are being provided with schedules from their school sites, so all should know when their students need to log on. And if you have any questions, please contact your school. Learning, again, as we've been mentioning all evening, will be both synchronous and asynchronous, just as it was last spring when learning was remote. We'll be utilizing the same platforms as last spring, which is Canvas for grades 2nd through 12 and also Seesaw for K through 1. Our buildings will be closed, but parents' phone calls and emails will be answered daily. Remind and class dojo communication with parents will continue, and classroom teachers will contact parents and students if in-person meetings previously scheduled for next week will go virtual. Parents and staff should notify your school nursing staff of any illness and/or positive COVID cases during remote. This listing of nurse office phone numbers will be provided in tomorrow's bulletin. In addition, as noted earlier, COVID testing will continue at the site behind Aspen, which is 430 La Madera, from 8:30 to 6 daily for students and staff. Parents and students can receive testing at the PMZ testing location at 2540 Camino Edward Ortiz on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 10 to 3. Surveillance testing for our staff will continue to operate at the technology department building on Mondays. Santa Fe Public Schools Technologies will open for any technology-related needs, including issues with internet access. Hotspots are available from the department, which is located at 2516 Cerrillos Road. Technology will continue its drive-through support next week from 9 to 4. For questions, parents and students can call 505-467-HELP. And again, that is 505-467-HELP for any technology needs or questions. Santa Fe Public Schools will also provide 2 days of meals, breakfast and lunch for students on Tuesday and Thursday at 5 distribution sites, which will be open from 11 to 2 p.m. on those days. These sites are at Capitol High School, Chaparral, El Camino, Gonzales, and Pinon Elementary. Students must have a Santa Fe Public School ID to receive these meals, and students can leave their online classes to pick up meals. Those lacking transportation to receive meals should call 505-467-3595 for assistance. Again, that number is 505-467-3595 for any assistance with meals. Finally, we have developed a COVID communication plan that includes refreshing our COVID button on the website to include updates and news, weekly or more frequent as needed, updates to parents through text, emails, robocalls, and messages also shared on social media. Weekly updates in the Santa Fe Bulletin, which has served as a major communications tool to our school community and is sent to all parents throughout Peach Star and Remind. Asking parents to recommit to the following COVID safety protocols, communication to parents on the code of conduct requirements and the consequences of not following these requirements. Using school marquees and social media to communicate on mask wearing and other needed practices. Again, our site supervisors are visiting schools weekly to ensure protocols and practices are being followed. The recommendation for staff and students to transition to either KN95 or a 3-ply disposable mask, which have been provided to all schools in bulk, staff and students when that is needed. And also seeking greater accessibility for our entire school community for testing. As mentioned, the new toolkit came out this week. The state issued the toolkit and revised it actually today. Key changes: reducing self-isolation and quarantine from 10 to 5, changing quarantine requirements to the state that adult needs a booster to avoid having a quarantine after exposure, changing the definition of fully vaccinated to include a booster shot, and changing the test to stay program. And those changes are in the updated toolkit, which was reissued today. Regarding the 5-day quarantine recommendation, Santa Fe will implement this after we return from remote learning. Again, there are many updates that are coming out daily or weekly from PED. We want to make sure that everybody's aware that the toolkit is posted on their website. We will also send that out so every individual that is out there following us can have access to this new toolkit. I think it's very important that everybody understands that individuals who are considered fully vaccinated now include the booster shot that are eligible. So that booster shot now includes or is included on those individuals who are considered fully vaccinated. The test availability, as we've mentioned, is a big need and a big reason why we've transitioned to remote for next school year. In a memo, the PED has announced that nationally, the demand for COVID-19 tests has outpaced the supply. Vault tests are being rationed and may not be available. However, the New Mexico Department of Health has secured sufficient rapid antigen tests to maintain the test to stay program in schools. Regarding staff surveillance testing, the PED said rapid antigen tests administered to the Premier Medical Group or PMG or the school can be used. It said that PMG has hired an additional 27 staff in New Mexico over the past 2 weeks. Despite the additional staff, absences due to COVID-19 infections are causing interruptions in testing schedules. To address this, PMG is moving additional staff from other company operations to support current testing. Was a mouthful on our COVID update. Before I move on, did we have any questions or comments on that? I only have 2 additional updates, but I didn't want to roll on to anything.
Thank you, Superintendent. Vice President Garcia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chavez, can you just tell us how, for the general public, how you've met with your entire staff and how the what you just mentioned to us, how it's getting out to the staff as well as everybody else in the district?
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you, Vice President Garcia, for that question. We continue to meet daily. My voice is hurting because I've talked so much over the last week, having discussions and trying to get communications out to everyone. It was brought to our attention that we needed to inform our community in a much greater need and many more models of it. So we wanted to roll out many options to get communication out. And it was through text messaging, social media, Remind, Peach Jar, robocalls, things like that. We're trying to get that communication out. We want it timely. And so that's why we made that decision on Tuesday, so we can give families plenty of lead time to prepare for next week. So, we're always willing to grow in our ways to communicate with families, and we want to make sure that everybody receives those messages.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent.
Madam President.
Go ahead, Secretary Bose.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez. I did have just a couple questions about COVID stuff. If are your other updates non-COVID? Okay.
Yes,
so
this is the time.
This is the COVID time. One important question is, are the testing sites going to be open on Monday as it is a holiday? Will testing be happening like it normally does? I've seen that question come up several times in the last few days.
Good question. I see our Executive Director of Student Wellness popped on and shaking her head. Did you want to answer that question, Ms. O'Brien?
Absolutely. Thank you, Superintendent Chavez. Board Member Bose, the testing site, the surveillance testing site will be open on Tuesday, and we will continue testing on Tuesday. None of the testing sites are open when our schools are closed.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And then my second question might be better answered by the head nurse, the lead nurse, but I guess I'm really confused about the new quarantine guideline changes and really how that align. Like, is it replacing test to stay? I don't understand why we have this system in place that requires negative tests in order for people to participate, and now all of a sudden we're not requiring negative tests. It's just a time frame.
Thank you, fellow nurse board member Sarah Bose. So it's a little confusing because we have different scenarios. So when an individual is symptomatic, a student or staff member is symptomatic and they present symptoms at school, or they report to us that they have symptoms of COVID, that's when they're required to get a negative PCR test to return. And that's the reason why the wait time for those lab tests is so important, because it's keeping our students and staff that are symptomatic out of school and work. But the quarantine and isolation period is for individuals who have tested positive and for close contacts. So you can't test out of isolation if you've tested positive. So you have to isolate for 5 days. And then same thing with quarantine. Now, quarantine is a little bit different too, because the toolkit tells us that if you're fully vaccinated, you have to quarantine, or sorry, you're not required to quarantine unless you develop symptoms. And now they've kind of changed the rules so that now fully vaccinated includes the booster. And so you're only required to quarantine if you are not fully vaccinated. And it's not, like I said, you cannot test out of quarantine or isolation if you are not vaccinated.
Yeah, clear as mud. And I know that that's not on you guys. I mean, I poured over the toolkit last night and I was just like, this, this asymptomatic and symptomatic, and it seems like there are plenty of places where it's contradictory. And I think that, in addition to the staffing shortages and the test shortages, is just creating a lot of havoc, because it's not clear. There's not a lot of clarity about how to handle some situations, and having to go back and refer every single time you look at something when you're contact tracing, I can't imagine how labor intensive and time consuming that is. So I'm glad to hear that you have more help. And I hope upon hope that it won't be needed in these kinds of numbers for very long. Thank you for everything that you guys are doing. I think those were my only 2 questions.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for the superintendent or the team? Okay. I think you can go on, Superintendent.
Thank you. Just 2 short ones now. Out-of-state travel for our students. Our Santa Fe High School junior ROTC are scheduled to travel to Alabama on February 3rd for the Navy JROTC Marksman National Championship. The 5 students are up to date on the vaccines. Both instructors have been boosted, and Commander Stapleton has notified us that the trip can be canceled if requested. So they are aware that there could be a request that we make of them in case it is a little too risky to send our staff and students out there, even though they have been boosted and fully vaccinated. And my last one, this is another follow-up from a previous request. We have restarted the district safety committee to include representatives from the district, sites, and the union. We will review school safety, protocols, code of conduct, dress code, and much more. Our first meeting is slated for January 19th. And that concludes my superintendent's announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you, Ms. O'Brien and Ms. Het, for being here. And I believe our plan is to, well, we will continue talking about how this all works, and the plan is to do a study session 2 weeks from tonight, so which we'll get to in advanced planning, so we can continue to dive deep, and hopefully we will have the testing we need. I appreciate what you say, Secretary Bose. Part of me wants a flow chart, one of those decision trees. Are you fully vaccinated? Yes, no. Are you symptomatic? Because it is really tough to follow. I appreciate all the work folks have been doing, as the superintendent said, around the clock and at all hours. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Madam President.
Yes, go ahead, Secretary Bose.
Thank you. If I could, I just wanted to touch a little bit more on this, what we hope will be a very short remote learning period, which the superintendent addressed. And I feel like, as we have heard over the last, year and a half, especially, other states are doing this and other states are doing this, and my kid's school here is doing this. And the fact is, this is a problem that every school district is having right now, with teachers and staff being sick and there being a shortage of tests. I know that our district has done everything that they can safety-wise to keep students in person. And so I have to disagree, and I didn't know if there was another opportunity to do that, why can't you keep kids in person? That other districts are doing this. Well, other districts are doing lots of things, but if they don't have staff to keep buildings open, that's not a policy, that's a crisis. And what other states may or may not be doing right now doesn't necessarily mean that it's safe and people aren't going to be catching COVID. And I really just have to push back against the idea that it's okay to get COVID, like it's no big deal, it's mild. Like there's still so much that we don't know. And the knowledge that we do have is powerful, and it's a great way to keep everyone in person and do it safely. But if we don't have the infrastructure, if we don't have the teachers and the staff and the bus drivers and the lunch workers, and we don't have tests to know who's positive and who's not, and we don't have contact tracing that can keep up with the sheer numbers that are being seen, that is not a safe environment. And it doesn't matter what's happening in other states. Maybe they have more or different resources. Maybe they don't care about student safety and staff safety the way that we do. But the fact is that is our number one priority right now. And I sympathize. My kids are unhappy with this. I don't think any of us wanted this, but it doesn't change the fact that that's where we are, and safety has to be the priority. So I just felt like this was the right time to say that and be very clear about what the reasoning behind this was. That it is infrastructure. It's not policy. It's not choice. It's not, well, let's see if this helps. It's we have no other options right now. And I felt like there was enough discussion in the last few days that maybe not everyone gleaned the sheer crisis situation that we're in. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Boze. Board Member Anderson.
Thank you, Madam President. Given that Secretary Bose has sort of opened this space, I just wanted to hop on. And I'm not a healthcare professional as Secretary Bose is, but I am a parent and a parent of two who will be moving to online learning, and a parent of one who is currently in quarantine due to a close contact at another school. And I have to applaud the bold action, the bravery of the superintendent, and the insight of the staff, particularly of Anita Hett and Sue O'Brien, because this was a very difficult decision. And as Secretary Bose said, it is not one that anyone wanted. It is, I know, not one that was taken lightly. And I will also say that the feedback I have received as a board member and as a parent and as a member of the community has been overwhelmingly that parents appreciate that action was taken and that we are keeping their students safe. So I just want to say thank you for making that move. I know it is very difficult. Not everyone will be happy about it. Certainly there are reasons to not be happy about it, and I understand them, but it was a bold move that was important, and will keep our students safe. So thank you.
And I would add to some very well articulated points by Secretary Bose and Board Member Anderson, my appreciation for the work, the consideration, the hard decisions being made by the superintendent and the team. And to say that I really support all that you're doing, the professionals that you are. We all do recognize the weight of this, and it's really heartbreaking that we're back here, frankly. and, you know, Secretary Bose make beautiful points about the infrastructure, and we do need the infrastructure. We need these tests. We need our staff to be healthy. We need this to work, and things are, it feels a little like things are spiraling right now. And, you know, again, I appreciate the consideration and weight of this decision, and really want to add to the families and the parents out there. You know, a lot of us on this board are there too. I am not looking forward to working and remote learning next week. It will be hard. I'm going to have an incredibly busy week as the legislature kicks off, and there's lots of things to do. And it is, I mean, the anxiety around all of the things is just palpable, and a lot of us aren't sleeping well at night, and it's awful. And, you know, I really have a lot of compassion for everyone who's frustrated and angry about this as well. And I think, you know, we really do understand it. And again, I appreciate the professionalism that the folks at the district have had in wrestling with all of this. And really, I just hope that we can get through this, and get through this as quickly as possible, and get the infrastructure in place that we need to get folks back. And, you know, as President Mayer of the NEA said very well, you know, teachers want kids and in school too. And the good news is that we have learned a lot about doing online learning, and hopefully it can be better than it was. You know, we keep improving. But there's no doubt that this is incredibly hard, and just appreciate all the hard work and compassion that most people have for each other, because we do have to get through this as a community. And it is heartbreaking to not have kids in the classroom where they're supposed to be. And hopefully we can get back there as soon as possible. And again, thanks to everybody at the district, and to the thoughtfulness of the board members in all of this wrestling as we go forward. It's not easy. There are no good answers, but we've got to work together, and we've got to be compassionate for each other and the differing viewpoints that we have. And, you know, ultimately decisions do have to be made. They are hard. And I really support the superintendent in this work. So thank you all. Okay, anything else on this? We will go ahead and move on to our next item on the agenda, which is, where did my agenda go? Presentations, item 11, finance plan update. Superintendent.
Thank you, Board President Noble and members of the board. Tonight with us is Eric Harrigan, Managing Director, and Kaylee Wiemerskirch, Associate of RBC. They'll be taking us through the Santa Fe Public Schools financial plan and update. Mr. Harrigan.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Chavez. Eric Harrigan with RBC Capital Markets. Hopefully you can hear me all. You can all hear me? Great. Well, first off, I'd just like to say congratulations on your successful election in November of last year. Voters authorized the issuance of up to $100 million in general obligation bonds, as well as continued the HB 33 mill levy, which we all know goes to provide a lot of important capital improvements for the district. Today, I'm going to talk about the issuance of the first series of those bonds that were authorized by voters, as well as continuing the education technology note program that the district has had in place for some time now. I can share my screen if you like, or if you prefer, if someone from the district can share the screen, either way. Great, thank you. On page 1 of the presentation, this is a history of the district's assessed valuation. We go to the next slide, please. So in 2021, this current tax year, the district's tax base grew just a little bit more than 2.5%. It's a little bit less than what the district has been growing at the last couple of years. The residential component of the district's tax base grew over 5%, but that was mitigated by about a 10% decline in non-residential. And you know, as expected, the impact of the pandemic has had its impact on, you know, non-residential values. So all in all, it was positive, though, to see that the district overall had positive growth in its assessed valuation. And that's a really important component because it drives two things. It drives how quickly the district can pay down its debt, as well as it goes to the total capacity, total bonding capacity that the district has, which is set at 6% of your assessed valuation. And I'll talk a little bit about that on another slide. On page 2 of the presentation, this is a history of the district's tax rates. Santa Fe Public Schools has had a very stable tax rates. You can see that your GO bond tax rate has ranged right around $4.30, and your education technology note tax rate has been right around $1.50. And the issuance of both the general obligation bonds and the education technology notes will continue to maintain those historical tax rates. On the next page, so as mentioned, voters did authorize the $100 million. This will be sold over a 4-year period. This will be the first issuance of those bonds in the amount of $30 million. It'll maintain the $4.30 tax rate. And then in 2019, voters authorized $55 million of education technology notes. The district's practice is to issue 11 million of those every year. So far, the district has issued 33 million, and with this issuance, it'll be 44 million of the 55 million that voters authorized. For purposes of planning, we've assumed a 3.5% tax rate growth. On average, over the last 5 years, the district has grown at about 3.5%. Currently, with the district's assessed valuation and the issuance of these upcoming bonds, the district will be about 49% bonded to capacity. On the following page, this is a preliminary time schedule. So as I know a number of board members have been through this process in the past, the board will adopt a authorizing and delegation resolution to issue the general obligation bonds, and then approve a necessity resolution to issue the education technology notes. And then the approval of those notes will occur between three weeks, no less than 3 weeks, no more than 4 weeks after the approval of the necessity resolution, and that will occur at a special meeting. We do have just preliminary, as you know, January 20th is adopting the delegation resolution and the necessity resolution. But that can change, and if that does, then the time schedule will adjust accordingly. I have a few slides on the market. There's quite a bit of information here, and so I won't belabor you with a lot of boring statistics about what's going on with the market, and just kind of provide sort of a high-level overview. But, you know, as we all know, the Build Back Better plan was approved by Congress, signed into law by President Biden. Currently, the House has approved a $1.75 trillion Build Back Better program that has yet to been approved by the Senate, and it's fully expected that there will be some changes, but expect, you know, fervent discussion at the congressional level. But, you know, ultimately, what I really wanted to kind of talk about is what we're sort of seeing from the economy standpoint. We're seeing some pretty interesting numbers, especially when it comes to inflation. We based upon the numbers that came out in December, we are now at about a 40-year high when it comes to inflation, numbers that we haven't seen for quite some time. And that is probably going to have a result on pushing interest rates up. The Federal Reserve has also taken action to taper their Treasury purchasing program, and it is anticipated that to try to combat some of the inflation that we're seeing, that they will raise the overnight lending rate multiple times this year. The current expectation is 3 times. I think that the district is in good shape, authorizing to sell the bonds earlier in the year than later in the year because of kind of what the anticipation of interest rates are expected to be. I will say that, given the district's strong rating of AA by Standard & Poor's, there's also a tremendous amount of interest in municipal bonds that we fully expect that there will be a strong investor interest for the district's general obligation bonds and education technology notes. And so with that, I would be happy to answer any questions on the finance plan, timing, or the market. I will turn it over to the board.
Thank you, Harrigan. Questions from the board? On the anticipated interest rate rises, you said 3 times, but not amounts. Would that be 0.25% each time that we're anticipating, or just some sort of interest rate hike each time?
So, Madam President, it's a good question. I think the expectation is that it's 0.25 basis point each time for a total of 75 basis points. Now, of course, if the Feds thought that things were really getting out of control, they could raise it at a faster clip. Conversely, if economic data came in really, really poor and they felt like they still needed to continue to support the economy, they may not necessarily see, you may not necessarily see all 3 rate increases.
Mm-hmm. And just to reiterate, I think you said this, but given the forecasting that we're seeing now and the economic environment that we think we're in, it sounded like you said it's a good idea to do this sooner rather than later in the year. Is that correct?
Yep, Madam President, yes. The expectation is that we will see higher interest rates, later this year than what we're currently experiencing right now.
And it's good to hear that you believe there'll be a strong market for this, that there's demand for municipal or for government bonds, it sounds like, as well, just to reiterate that.
Yes, Madam President, and Santa Fe Schools has a terrific name. It's very well known. You have a very good rating, and right now, especially when we have a little bit of volatility in the market, having a good name, a good presence, and a strong rating is really helpful. But there continues to be money flowing into municipal bond funds, which is directly correlated to demand for municipal debt, or tax-exempt debt, if you will.
Madam President, if you're done, I have a question.
I have one more question, but why don't you go ahead?
Actually, mine are just questions, comments. As Eric mentioned, our bonding rating for the schools is an excellent bonding rating. Santa Fe County, anybody that's on that screen right now, or anybody that lives in Santa Fe County, our bonding capacity, as well as our rating for Santa Fe County, which is every single resident in this community, we do an excellent job and we have an excellent bond rating that is probably the highest any community in the state of New Mexico could actually receive, and therefore the schools fall right under that. And one of the things that's interesting is our tax assessor and our county manager and our staff on the county side actually predicted that because of the COVID, it would drop, and it didn't drop. It actually had the opposite effect. The valuation and everything else actually went up. And the valuation limits that the tax assessor did within the last year, as you know, we get our tax bills, but the valuation for the county that we all live in is excellent bonding rating. Some of the things that I'm interested in, and I don't know if we're going to do this today, I understand the bond counsel is actually giving us advice on the market, how the market's working, but the ETN, what should we do for 11 million a year? Are we a little bit behind schedule on that? Or are we right on schedule on that? Or do we need to go beyond the $11 million to get more infrastructure? And then also the next amount that we're actually going to bond for, when do we get to see a list of when we do go out for the bonds, and which the sale should be good, because we're anybody out there who want to pick up the Santa Fe Public Schools. But when do we get, Superintendent, when do we get a list of the projects that are going to be affected by the next bond sale?
Yeah, thank you, Vice President Garcia. We're discussing this at the next CRC and bringing it back for an update for you, so we can really prioritize what we need to list. But we're going to work with CRC. Deputy Superintendent Wagner will also be heavily involved in this discussion. So we'll bring that back at a very recent meeting, soon to be recent meeting.
Thank you. And then will the CRC also talk about the techno, the $11 million, or that'll go through your IT division?
Correct. And Dr. Neil Weaver.
Okay. And then can you let me know when the next CRC meeting is? Shoot me a text or send me an email or something on that, or have Elma.
Will do. It's next week, but we'll get that out to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
I actually have two more questions. One, again, Mr. Harrigan, you said where we will be with our bonding capacity, which was right around 50%. Do you have guidance or best practices as to a number we wouldn't want to go above in terms of bonding capacity, or how do you see that?
Well, Madam President, I really think that, your capital master plan really drives, that discussion on what are your needs. Obviously, moving above, $100 million of voter authorization, depending upon what happens to your tax base, could potentially result in a tax rate increase. So that's another consideration that has to be taken, into when we're doing your long-term, plan of finance. I think the good thing is that, you have a very strong tax base. You have, you're only about 50% bonded to capacity, where there are a great many school districts that are closer to 85, 90, 95%. So Santa Fe Schools actually has a lot of flexibility in terms of your capacity, but that master plan, in my viewpoint, really drives that discussion.
Thank you. And my last question is just really out of interest. Do you think, because I read about this a lot, do you think we have good measures for real inflation in our economy?
Madam President, I'm sorry, you kind of broke up a little bit. Would you mind repeating the question?
Yeah, my question is, do you think we have good measures of inflation, real inflation in our economy? I've just been reading a lot recently about some economists stepping out and saying, well, I don't think we have inflation and our measures aren't the right ones. And I'm just wondering if you have a view on that.
So, Madam President, and members of the board, so, ever since I started this job, my, crystal ball has been broken. And so I would just say that, the challenge that, economists are having right now is we went through an unprecedented, decline in GDP because the economy basically shut down. We've seen incredible supply chain issues. And so how much of those supply chain issues and how much of a rebound from that very low point in our economy is really creating that inflation. And the question is that does a 7% inflation, does that really, if you strip out the pandemic and you ignored that, is that 7% inflation real? And all I can say is that when you are looking at construction, when you are looking at grocery prices, it seems to be having, some impact. And I think that's the challenge that the Federal Reserve has really been dealing with, is how much of this is what they call transitory inflation, meaning that is it just because we went through this, massive decline in GDP, nearly 35%, for one quarter, and then turn around and, had a 35% growth in GDP. There's really no models out there to evaluate it. It's a great question. And, I'm not sure anybody knows.
Thank you. I
I
appreciate
hope
your
that's
answer.
I hope that's a fair answer.
I think it's a very fair answer. And the big one, of course, is wage pressure. And it's good for people to make more, but what that purchasing power will end up being. And yeah, it does feel like we're in somewhat unpredictable and unprecedented times, though I told myself I would stop using the word unprecedented. So there we are. Anything else? Other questions from the board? Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Harrigan. We will see you again soon, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Moving along, lost my agenda again. We have arrived at the action items on our agenda, beginning with item A, our consent agenda. Are there any items board members want to consider separately? And if not, is there a motion on our consent agenda?
Madam President, if
Go ahead.
somebody can bring up contracts over $60,000, I could look at real quick. Or
Okay, go in there. I'd like to point out on one of them, we continue to work on our HVAC systems, which is really important that we get air quality right. Do you need that zoomed in, Vice President Garcia?
yes, please.
You might need to do that on your own screen. There we go. Oh, Ms. Bahar seems to have it. Thank you.
What is the last one in regards to the CES? To remove existing, what is that?
Asphalt
I can't really.
at loading dock at Capitol High parking area.
All right. Okay, I'd just like to thank staff that works on all those projects out there, because sometimes during this time, it's really hard out there with contractors and everybody being busy based off of the gentleman before spoke about, but thank you for that. I don't need to say any more. Thank you.
Madam President, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you, Secretary Bozay. Vice President Garcia. Any further discussion, questions? We'll go ahead and do a roll call vote on approval of the consent agenda. Vice President Garcia.
Yes.
Secretary Bozay.
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Board Member Anderson.
Yes.
And the president also votes yes. We have approved the consent agenda. Thank you. Now, the moment we've all been waiting for, Resolution 2021-2022-5, College, Career, and Technical Education. Really want to thank Dr. Gonzalez for her leadership on this. Dr. Gonzalez, do you want to say anything at this stage, or?
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez, No, I think that, we met and you asked me what I was interested in pursuing this year, and this is one of the areas that I was interested in. I worked with the superintendent. He put me in touch with Deputy Superintendent Vanessa Romero and her team. And I connected him with Gary Hocklander, who is the executive director of, what is it called? Connect Ed. And he's been doing this sort of thing across the country. And he's actually working in Farmington and in Gallup. So I have stepped away and they are doing all the hard work. I just connected them in the beginning.
Well, and as you have pointed out, I think in previous meetings, you were right on time with this, as it is also one of the focuses of our state public education department.
That's the other big thing. There is going to be quite a bit of money put into the budget this year for career and technical education.
So Superintendent, perhaps someone could give us a brief overview of this resolution.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, President Noble, members of the board. I really want to thank Deputy Superintendent Romero and her team for really taking this on, putting it together, and I'll turn it over to her, Deputy Superintendent Romero.
Thank you, President Noble, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez. I think just a brief summary, there's three major things that we want to do. We want to continue to build on career pathways that we currently have, but also expand what we have. We want to bring the classroom into the community through work-based learning, job shadowing, mentorships, and internships. And we want to expand our dual credit opportunities and align them to our pathways. Part of the work with Connect Ed with Mr. Holander has been preparing a survey that we plan on administering in early February to all of our students and teachers, 7th grade through 12th grade, to see what student interests are. And we want to base it on their interests and not necessarily a profession. We don't want to say, are you interested in engineering? Are you interested in hospitality and restaurant tourism? We want to survey their skills and their interests, and then from there take that and expand what we currently have, and of course start including additional pathways. We're super excited because we just hired a coordinator who will be coming on board very soon. So he will be helping us with coordinating and organizing. We're going to start focus groups once we get some of the data, scan our community, and so do some digging and some research. So we're very excited about this.
Madam President.
Go ahead, Dr. Gonzalez.
Deputy Superintendent Romero, are you not also going to be surveying the community and parents?
We plan to start with focus groups, and that was after talking with Connect Ed. They feel like we should start with the focus groups and then determine if we need to survey the community and parents. But we're going to research and look at some of the high interest fields in the area.
Thank you.
President Noble, we recommend approval for Resolution 2021-2022-5, College, Career, and Tech Ed.
You go ahead, Vice President Garcia.
Dr. Garcia, thank you for bringing this forward. This is very, 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 very important to our community for those individuals that want to go down a career without possible university credits. So thank you for bringing this forward. We did go for a site visit out to the community college, and so what an excellent facility that they have there. the individuals that are actually working with us, with the deputy superintendent. There's some great things that are actually happening in the San Juan area, Gallup area. As you know, Dr. Gonzalez, the chairwoman, Patty Lindstrom, she represents that area, and she has actually worked very hard in getting, there's a lot of things happening in that part of the community. And for those individuals to work with us is great. Some of the questions I'm going to have, and I don't know, Ms. Romero, if you want to answer them now, or you can meet with me, or as into the 1.5 million, is that spread out over a 3-year period, or is that 1.5 every year? And what is that 1.5 going to be spent on? And so if you want to set up a meeting with myself, you can do that. But those are some of the questions I have as into after we do these surveys and what happens, how are we going to go out and survey the individual businesses? I have a friend that actually owns a very successful collision center. And so, or obviously we all know tons of contractors, electricians, you can get. So I'm just wondering how, I want to know more about it. So I just want you to feed me some more into it. And we could, like I said, we can set up a meeting on that if you'd like, but thank you for bringing this forward, Dr. Gonzalez. Very good.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. I can tell you that the 1.5 million is through a 3-year period. We're using ESSER funding, and some of it is, of course, hiring this coordinator, so that'll pay for his salary, but it's also to purchase software for our students so that they can manage like some opportunities to see what they're interested in. It's gonna help the students develop the skills and approaches in their work environment or working. It's also going to help us do the research to pay for the surveys. It's going to help us hold our focus groups. And so that's how the money will be spent. And your second question, I will be more than willing to meet with you. And once we solidify our plan with Ed Connect and how we're going to survey families and we have our focus groups, I will definitely include everyone who's interested.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Romero. I'm very interested, if I'm a 7th grader, how I'm going to go through all these hoops throughout the years of my high school years, and how it's all going to connect to the community out there, but that we can meet on it. But I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Now
Okay, Tanya, go ahead. Yes, Dr. Gonzalez.
Maybe in the future, we could have a couple of the, like they have a medical pathway that's fairly successful, and it would be kind of nice to have them present to the board. From what I understand in that medical pathway, students can graduate from high school and walk right into a job as like a phlebotomist or something like that. Or they can go on to college and medical school. So she's had both kinds of students. So I think it would be nice to see that in action.
I think that's a great idea, and that is such a successful pathway. It's driven transfers to capital. Whoa. Something happened there. Start getting myself back. I'm going to go ahead and move approval of resolution 2021-2022-5.
I'll
I will second that.
Okay, we'll say Dr. Gonzalez seconded it. She's done so much work on this. And thank you so much, Deputy Superintendent Romero, to you and your team. I'm really, really glad to hear that we will be looking at a survey based on interest, not necessarily jobs. I think that's an important innovation as to how we've done things, and I'm really a big fan of asking people a question they can answer. And I'm not sure kids know, or that we'll even have the same jobs in a little while. So as we do this, there's a lot of looking at skills-based workforce development, that sort of thing, as I know you all know. So really, really excited for this, and really proud of the work that we're doing and how advanced we are in this field of career and technical education. So thank you. And it, I think, feels really good to take this to the next level with this resolution. And again, thank you, Dr. Gonzalez, for your leadership on this. It's been wonderful to learn about it, and we'll keep going.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? We'll do a roll call vote on approval of this resolution, starting with Vice President Garcia.
Yes.
Secretary Bozay.
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Board Member Anderson.
Yes.
And the president also votes yes. We have approved the resolution. Thanks very much. Moving to action item C, board representation on the Superintendent's Diversity and Equity Council. Superintendent.
Thank you, Board President Noble, members of the board. Tonight, we bring forward the opportunity to include a board member to the Superintendent's Diversity and Equity Council. As you know, it was created in 2017 to advise the superintendent on equity, diversity, and diversity needs throughout the district that as we've kind of talked about tonight. The voluntary council includes subcommittee work, which focuses on the following areas: culture, gender, language, policy and politics, and wellness. Again, we had our first official meeting about a month ago, just to start to discuss who wants to be participating on this council, what some of the groups would be, and just started to bring it back forward, you know, out of remote learning and back into our current school year. And so for this evening, our recommendation, as she was a previous member, is that Board Member Anderson, now that she's a school board member, continue on the Superintendent's Diversity and Equity Council.
Thank you, Superintendent. And I want to recognize Board Member Anderson, who I know has been thinking about this and encourage this to come forward. Board Member Anderson, is there anything you want to add?
Thank you, Board President Noble. I would just say that being on the Superintendent's Equity and Diversity Committee has been, council, has been some of the most enriching work that I've been able to do over the last 2 years. And it's really helped my understanding of the district. And beyond that, it's such a wonderful insight into all the work that's happening in our community that intersects with our public schools. And I am honored that that I've been brought forward. That's honored that they want my continued participation. But I also think it will be excellent to have board representation on the Equity and Diversity Council, because it's such a good insight into what's happening. And it's so good for us to have our finger on the pulse of all the work that is going on, both within the district and within the community, and that the superintendent is doing himself as well.
Thank you.
Motion for that?
Yes, we do.
I move approval.
I will second.
Third.
And just to be clear, that's a motion to appoint Board Member Anderson to the Superintendent's Diversity and Equity Council.
Board President Noble?
Yes.
Should I abstain from the vote?
Nope, I don't think so.
Okay.
You know, as long as we're being particular about procedures, I think, you know, we vote on all of the nominations to the CRC, to the audit committee. So I think that's fine. I'm not sure, because semantics, this is the Superintendent's Equity and Diversity Council, but just to be clear, this is a board decision as to who we appoint. And obviously there is a staff recommendation, which, okay. But it's up to us. I think it's great to have Board Member Anderson continue, and just want to echo and underline what she said there in terms of having a board member on this council. I really welcome, embrace, and I'm excited about strengthening the tie of the board to the Equity and Diversity Council. So just really appreciate that. And if there's no further discussion, we'll do a roll call vote on appointing officially Board Member Anderson to the Superintendent's Equity and Diversity Council as a board representative this time. Vice President Garcia.
Yes, of course. Thank you for serving in this important role for our community. Very good. Thank you.
Secretary.
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Board Member Anderson.
Yes.
And the president also votes yes. Thank you again for serving, Board Member Anderson.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, my internet connection is unstable. Seems like an apt metaphor. Moving on to board discussion and possible action. First, item A, fiscal year 2021-2022 board committee appointment to the Community Review Committee for District 2. Secretary Bozay.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a wonderful appointee for the CRC, which is the Community Review Committee, and that is Ruth Ramos. She will be present at our next meeting, which I believe is on the 26th of January, and I will give her a full introduction at that time. She's the parent of students in our community and a wonderfully active activist. And I think her voice will lend itself well to the committee.
So do you want to state that in the form of a motion?
Oh, yes. I move to appoint Ruth Ramos to the CRC for this current term.
I second.
Thank you, Secretary Member Anderson. Any further discussion? We'll do a roll call vote. Vice President Garcia.
Yes.
Secretary Bozay.
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Board Member Anderson.
Yes.
And the president also votes yes. Yay. Thank you, Ms. Ramos, in advance for your service. And thank you, Secretary Bozay, for bringing forward. Sounds like a great candidate. A great appointee, rather, now. Okay. On item B, under Roman numeral 13, board discussion regarding redistricting and convention planning. And I put this on the agenda. And just to say that I believe, and maybe the superintendent can confirm, that because of the decennial census, we are obligated to redistrict by the end of the year. And our board counsel, Tony Ortiz, is also here just to say if we have questions on this. Superintendent, I see you nodding. That's correct, by the end of 2022. So at a recent board training by Mr. Ortiz's partner, Gino Zamora, I learned a bunch about this. And as I think everybody knows, we've been talking about the reimagining, we've been talking about grappling with some of the structural issues in our district, which are many. There are inequities present in lots of different ways, from where we have the growth of students physically in our community, to the size of schools, to it really affects everything that we do. So I wanted to bring this forward for us to have a chance to talk a little bit about how we want to do this. I feel like we're a little bit behind. Of course, there's so much going on, and in light of a pandemic and in COVID cases, it's tough to grapple with this, but we are legally obligated to do this. Through the reimagining process, my hope has been that we could really do some deep community engagement and community conversations. I worry that we won't have the time and capacity to do this in the most some way that many of us had hoped. However, it is what it is. We are where we are. And I guess to sort of open the discussion on this for the board, I would say that my hope is that we can develop some board criteria and guidelines, and at a future meeting, very soon, look again at our reimagining resolution and potentially update it. That we can make this really a process that is driven by community values, and the teaching and learning that we know needs to happen, and that we can really, it's hard to innovate, especially under all of the circumstances that we find ourselves now. But to quote one of Secretary Bose's we can do hard things. And I believe we need to commit to an innovative approach that really is centered around the needs of our students and staff, not jump to, we should do this with this building. That is always the temptation, is just to say, I have an idea for what should go in this space. And I guess I want to ask that the board really challenge itself to think about a process that will create really a framework and structures for us to empower the incredible educators that we have, and that really center the students and the teachers and the teaching and learning functions, and not just start talking about buildings. And I think many of you have heard my story about my disorientation when I started on the board, and within 1 or 2 months found myself in a study session where it was like, should we close this school? And everybody kept talking about costs and about buildings, and I get it, and there's a lot there, and maybe I'll end up being completely wrong that we have to go to that. But I would like to challenge us to talk about teaching and learning at the center. I've been thinking a lot about this. I've thought about some other structures that we might consider, whether we start clustering schools and encouraging them to work together based on sort of neighborhoods and some natural boundaries, which was some of the best practices Zamora talked about in the training. I've discussed this idea, happily discuss it more. But really, I think we need to, as a board, develop some parameters for guiding this work from the superintendent, and looking at whether there are RFPs and consultants, because there's a lot of work that has to be done. And and we have to meet the requirements. But I would say we need to push for a community layer. That's not just about maps and where you draw lines immediately, that really is some listening, that is values led, that is committed to innovation. I might even venture to say, though I don't want to prejudice any outcomes of this, but it's hard not to sort of think about where you're going to be and try and back map from there. But I would even venture to say maybe we should commit to not getting to the end of this and closing schools, because I think as a community, we need to reduce the immediate fear. Dr. Garcia had talked about superintendent, whether we might have a series of levers that would trigger some decisions, conditions we look at that might trigger certain decisions, and that we might then look at a gradual plan if we're going to make significant changes, that sort of thing. Anyway, all of this is a little bit vague and ethereal at this point. And I'd love to hear what other board members think. And ultimately, I think I'm hoping that another board member might step forward and join me in developing some criteria in pretty short order and bringing it forward to the full board for consideration.
Board President Noble.
So, yes, go ahead, Board Member Anderson, then Dr. Gonzalez.
If you need help in that, and I don't want to step on any other board members' toes, but it's, a particular interest of mine. My district is, I think, not unlike others, but particularly impacted by the conversation, surrounding small schools. And I would love to be involved in any way possible. I also think with redistricting, we have very different needs than any other school district in the country. I do a lot of listening to podcasts and reading about school integration, which a lot of times the districting is one of the, really core focuses. And it's very difficult because a lot of it doesn't apply to our student population or our city. Even these larger conversations about equity don't necessarily make a one-to-one link to our district in particular and the particular issues that we face. I think that you're spot on. And I think that these two things, the redistricting, the reimagining / reinvention, go hand in hand. And I appreciate you bringing them forward.
Thank you. Dr. Gonzalez.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez, I would be interested in working with you as well. And I think that Sasha and I both have sort of things that we can bring that are different. You're bringing a parent's perspective, and I'll bring an educator's perspective to a lot of this.
Thank you.
Madam President, I'm sorry, I stepped out for a bit. Are we talking about who's going to work with the superintendent?
Well, we're talking about, we're discussing the redistricting and reinvention planning. I don't know if you heard, we need to, because of the decennial census, we are asked to have new maps by the end of the year. So we're discussing that.
By the end of 2022?
2022. And the suggestion was that we even develop some sort of board criteria to give the superintendent and the team to do this going forward and think about that. I guess at this stage, I also want to invite the superintendent to weigh in and share any thoughts you have on how you see this going forward.
Thank you, President Noble, members of the board. This is something that I think we're all interested in. Some of the things that we're currently doing, working, as you said, across schools, grade levels even. So some of the work that we're currently doing with standards-based instruction, something that we've really done well is when we get out and deliver to many schools and how you cluster them and take a look at, where they fall. So again, some of the work we're already doing, we can bring forward as far as, how schools are working, collaborating on many things as far as instruction goes. And so we can show some of the schools that are working and develop that relationship, because prior, they were working independently amongst themselves. So we've kind of broke that mold and really have them collaborating with one another. some of the schools that we've discussed are some of the smaller schools that don't have a lot of that support, that can share resources, share teachers. Those type of things can go a long way with really developing out what we can offer at some of our schools as we move forward. So it's about growing, it's about developing opportunities, and it's about looking at things a little differently.
Madam President.
Go ahead, Secretary Bose.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez. I guess this seems like a very basic question that I'm just maybe missing. Are we going to draw the map of where the districts are? Like, is that's something the board does? Or we collaborate, or like it's 100% on us to do this?
I could do my best to answer, and then I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Ortiz, who probably is better at this. But generally, there are consultants and expertise. There are a series of best practices. The obligation is to sort of rebalance populations based on the decennial census. Their best wishes to things like respect to natural boundaries of neighborhoods and community patterns. I don't think we draw the maps, but we might consider, have some expertise in any number of maps, and then we might get to drawing them. But anyway, Mr. Ortiz, how would you answer Secretary Bose's question there?
Oh, the short answer is the board really shouldn't be planning to do this on its own. There are some factors involved in the drawings of the districts. For example, they have to be split in a fashion where the populations are within sort of 5 percentage points of each other. So some of that is just, counting heads. And there's a plan and a plot, and there's a lot of factors that go into it, how to keep the districts contiguous, how to try to keep different groupings together, how to fairly split these neighborhoods apart. There's a lot of things that go into it. And, what I'm going to encourage board members to do as best as possible is to try and keep the issue of schools and closings and that political issue sort of separate and apart from how to split these districts in a fair fashion. Board Member Bose, what I would suggest to you is that the district have, and I don't know where you all are in terms of an RFP for someone to do this, but they typically will generate some proposals to you, some things that the board can adjust, make suggestions, move around. And then the board votes on a final plan, and that's kind of where it plans. You make sure that's where it fits. You just make sure it fits within the requirements of the statute, and your expert will do that for you.
Okay, thank you. I'm very relieved to hear there's an expert, because this is honestly something that's been on my brain almost, weekly since our school board annual meeting in December. And so I was like, how do we do this? I don't know how. So thank goodness for experts, and it sounds really interesting, and I look forward to the process. Thank you.
So how about this as a path forward? And I just feeling the urgency and the time. Superintendent, I wonder if we might do one of two things. I'm slightly reluctant to wait 2 meetings, so I wonder if in 2 weeks we might have a little bit of a study session in 2 parts. Or, I suppose we can wait if, and we can talk about this, but I would think that having you and bring forward some information as to how and ideas as to how we might do an RFP, the timeline and parameters around that might be, how the board can weigh in and potentially sort of layer on this reimagining work would be good, and that maybe, because it's clear there's a lot of interest of this on the board, and of course if we talk about this together, we need to do it in a public meeting, which is fine. We just need to notice it and have the right amount of hours to notice it, and an agenda and all that for our Open Meetings Act. And in the meantime, I would say we could all communicate with the superintendent, share some ideas as to, and superintendent, maybe you'd even just make time to meet with every board member who is interested in talking about this. And we could rely on you to weave together some thoughts and collect them so that we can then discuss them at a study session together.
Absolutely. I think that's a great foundation.
Is that reasonably agreeable to board members?
Yes, it sounds great to me. I love the idea that, this definitely seems like a study session topic, and it seems theoretical that we could mash it up with our COVID study session in a few weeks.
Madam President, I think, Sarah, board member Jose, you have an excellent question as into how does this work? And as Mr. Ortiz mentioned, it's my opinion is there's a lot of stuff that go into this. Anywhere, like you said, from transportation, you can look at poverty, you can look at culturally stuff, you can look at a lot of different things that how district boundaries are set. Just for our school board and our school, anywhere from population growth to growing pains, and I'll bring it up in my area, as into community growth. And it's just, there's a lot of things that us as board members need to chime in with our expert that actually gets hired for this, because there's a lot of stuff that happens here, because it's actually the outlook for what happens in your district, our district, the school districts for the next 10 years. And, once as board president Noble says, the census, which up front, I don't know that a lot of my people in my district actually wanted to be counted, as we all probably know why, because for what happened in the previous administration at a higher level. And so those are just some of the concerns that I have as into the census count, then all this other stuff that's happening in different parts of the school districts. But I think that was an excellent question that you brought up, Board Member Jose, because it's a whole round of things that need to go into these boundaries. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. All right, sounds like we have a loose plan. Superintendent, in case you wanted another big thing to think about, work on. All right, if there's nothing further, we'll move on to the next item, which is public comment by Board Member Anderson.
Board President Noble. I brought this forward on the agenda. I have, and I think we spoke about this actually right after I joined the board, but I do have some concerns about the way in which we do public forum right now, just the amount of time that we give people to respond and the sort of way, not that Mr. Janarski's readings aren't absolutely fantastic. I feel like I'm right there with the person, but if we could perhaps think about ways in which our community members actually could, speak directly to us. I know the city does it, for example, by sending out a Zoom invite and promoting folks as, to speak when it's time. I think that would probably engage people. It's difficult for me to think about remembering to email someone within a particular time frame, and I can imagine that for other folks it's also difficult. Lots of people don't have, might be working or, and there are similar concerns about speaking directly to the board. But I think perhaps if we could offer some sort of hybrid, one of the things when I was campaigning that I spoke to people about was that parents, particularly engaged parents, or people who, you know, really care deeply about the district, do want there to be more ways to engage with the board and for the board to engage directly with them. And I think as much as we can open up our space here to folks, insofar as we can do that, I would love to see it happen. So I don't know what others' feelings are on the board or superintendent or members of staff. I'd be interested to hear any input.
Dr. Gonzalez.
Hold on just a moment. I'm concerned here about the Open Meetings Act aspect of this because your agenda doesn't list the nature of the topic. As to whether or not, I mean, we're talking about changing process and procedure. I guess it may be adequate, but
Got it.
Is it going to be, if you all want to talk about looking at the policy, that kind of thing, it probably needs to be perhaps agendaed more. There's also some things that we could do going forward to get ready for something like that, but I don't want to cut this short. If there's some more comment, it's probably permissible. I just wanted to make sure we're not getting too far afield.
Yeah, thank you for doing that. I don't think that my intention was for us to have a policy change tonight. It was more to have a discussion about sort of the ways in which we wanted to think about this, since it's not something that we can obviously do via email or text.
Yeah,
I apologize.
And to be clear,
I think you're probably proper, Sasha. I actually do think you're probably proper.
I'm new, Tony, so that's important to keep me on track.
well, be careful when you invite your board counsel into the room, obviously. But just to be clear, we are talking about public comment and how we do it. And the notice is to talk about public comment on the agenda. So we can, if I think Tony did just say he thinks we're okay, and it's not a policy. This is practice in our board meetings as to how we do public comment. So anyway, we can let Tony squawk again if he thinks we get out of the line, but I'm going to go with the last comment that he thinks we're okay. And it does.
No squawking. I misread the agenda item.
Oh, see, there we go. Thank you. All right. So Dr. Gonzalez, did you want to weigh in here? Or? Okay. Superintendent, I think you were ready to speak to board member. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Board President Noble, members of the board, and Board Member Anderson. There are many ways, as you've just described, and we've performed those as well when we went out to our community and asked them for input when we talked about returning to the school prior to the summer, when we asked about ESSER input. So, we can provide some kind of alternate options for them to be present, speak, allow them to, participate virtually. A lot of it was around those that could not participate virtually, right? So we're giving them the option to submit through an email form so we could get that read, because there are some of our community members that either may not want to be on camera, may not have the technology needs. So we're giving them options, but this is a good discussion to expand those type of options.
And Superintendent, you and I discussed this a little while ago when, I don't even remember when, but I know that you and the team had worked on how this could happen. And I guess I would say, now that I'm taking my brain back to it, and I really appreciate Board Member Anderson bringing this forward, because I think we can do it better. I think, it should be an and both many things option. And, I guess, Board Member Anderson, if you have particular ideas, but I think, and maybe we could sort of bring those forward, and I think we can just do it. This is a practice as to how we do public comment in our meetings. I think we should offer the option for people to email comments as they do, because sometimes it is hard to hit, just as it's hard to hit a particular window. It's hard to hit a particular, a window of time in sending an email. It's hard to hit a particular meeting time sometimes, and with young children, that sort of thing. But I do think that if the superintendent and team can revisit some of those considerations that we had before. And I think honestly, it was just a capacity issue that we kind of kept going because there've been so many things going on that we just kept doing it the way that we'd started doing it when we went virtually, which were for some particular reasons in discussions with Dr. Garcia. But I think it'd be great to do some live comment, to continue offer the option for email comment, and any other improvements that Board Member Anderson or any other board members want to suggest as to how we can do that, as long as it's manageable to the superintendent and the team.
Yes,
Yeah.
that particular part is very important.
Madam President,
Yeah, Secretary Jose.
thank you. I just want to voice wholehearted support for this. I think that kind of opening up the window for email comments so that it's not in this 3-hour time block is good. I love the idea of people being able to join the meeting and speak to us directly. And I know also at various times in the last 2 years, we've talked about holding more regular kind of district or school site town halls, and not with specific, maybe there's some general topics, but not in a crisis situation, I guess is what I'm saying. Really more of just listening and talking sessions with 1 or 2 of us and the superintendent or some of the team, where we can talk back and forth with people, that it wouldn't be a whole board thing.
Mr. Romero, Mr. Romero, you're playing music for us this evening.
As much as I like the way, Mr. Romero, if you could.
Maybe someone needs to mute him.
Yeah.
I don't know that he knows. I think if I were a performer, I'd say, oh, they're playing the music. It must be time to wrap this up. So with that, that's all. I think, yes, we should do all of the things, and also really just give opportunities that aren't timed for members of our community to talk to us and have conversations back and forth. That's all. Thank you.
I also want to acknowledge that the superintendent has brought forward to me as the board president a couple of times, just emails that have been submitted as public comment outside of the time period, and that we have agreed and we have read those. So we've already been amending that praxis on the fly, because I think he and I agree that we don't need to be super restrictive about that. So, there were some, I think, that came in today outside of the time window, and they were read regardless. And Superintendent, I appreciate your judgment in doing that already. So does anybody want to wrap this up with a bow as to what happens next?
Madam President, I think maybe we should bring the policy forward in front of us, and then we can all look at it and see if we need to do what's suggested by Mr. Ortiz, and then revamp it or not revamp it. Because in my district, as you know, this is already pre-COVID, there's some people in my district that don't want to come forward. And we did have a meeting out at Cesar Chavez, actually, you and I, and as well as a facilitator that we had, and it actually turned out pretty good. But some of those people actually, they don't want to be on camera. I understand why, you get the reasons why. But maybe we can just revisit or look at it and see what exactly is a policy. Because I do know whenever the 3-minute, in the past, we've always given them an additional 3 minutes or go over to the 3 minutes, depending where they're at. Sometimes so it's kind of.
So, and just to be clear, because this sort of relates to the next item on our board discussion, it's not a policy. It's a practice. A policy is something we have with a very particular definition that we vote on twice, a first reading and a second reading. But in the spirit of Vice President Garcia's suggestion, perhaps we could ask for a summation of changes suggested and vetted by the superintendent and the team, to bring forward?
I'd be happy to do that. Knowing that we have the support of the board, I can write something up and get it to the superintendent, and then superintendent, you can look over it and tell me if it seems feasible, and we can work together and see what the best way forward would be, and then I can bring it to the next board meeting.
And Board Member Anderson, when we're meeting next week, maybe we can just do that together at that time. That way I can share with you what we can't do, some of the technology limitations, things like that.
No holograms, is that correct? All right, thank you.
And they have, I think, done, I cannot remember the particulars, but I do know that the superintendent and the team thought about this. And just to say, part of the reason we did it this way was in the conversations with Dr. Garcia when we first went in, there was a lot, even more anger, frustration, all of these things. And there was a lot of consideration about how to minimize disruption and some of the negative things that can happen in an open forum. And there was concern at the time of that this format was harder to control than in person, that people can come in under different names or different pictures in Dr. Gonzalez's case. Or, sorry, I'm thinking about, she had a picture of her husband earlier on the camera. But there was just a lot of thinking through how to, in essence, not make school officials and even board members targets of, Zoom bombs and unpleasantness and all of that. And I know the superintendent has talked about that, and I really appreciate, again, board member bringing this forward. I think we do need to open this up and do better. And I just want to say out loud that was there before and probably does still need to be a consideration. And I believe that some of the work the superintendent and the team already did sort of take that into account, just ways to manage the unpleasantness that could potentially, we hope it doesn't. It's been actually great thus far. But, we do need to have some safeguards in place because it can be easier to be awful, as we know, in remote formats. It's a little bit harder to look somebody in the eye and do some of the things that we know people can do online. So probably enough said on that one. All right, well, thank you, Superintendent, Board Member Anderson, in advance for your work on this. Item D under board discussion and possible action, speaking to media, board norm. Secretary Bozay.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Chavez. First, I would like to state my unequivocal belief in the importance of both free speech in journalism, especially local journalism, which is a critical pillar of democracy. The last 15 years has been particularly rough for small independent newspapers, competing with the shift to digital readership and advertising, as well as huge media conglomerates. A recent study released by the Media Insight Project, a joint project by the American Press Institute and a branch of the Associated Press in April of 2021, showed that not all Americans universally embrace many of the core values of journalism. They list these values as oversight, transparency, factuality, spotting wrongdoing, and giving a voice to the voiceless. In fact, to quote the study, only 1 in 5 of those core journalism values they tested had a support of the majority of Americans. The idea that more facts get us closer to the truth, which was supported by 67% of the adults in that survey. I found that quite shocking. But we have seen the implications of this play out in real time, particularly in the past 6 years or so, ushering in what some are calling a fake news era. Even when it's not fake, there has been a noticeable increase in sensationalizing of news stories, the blame for which I think rests on the consumer as well as on journalism and news media. I bring this up in the introduction of this topic tonight to identify both the importance and the struggles of journalism, particularly local journalism, in the current landscape. I think most of us would agree that journalism is an important partner, as we both provide necessary public service. In the spirit of public service, I also want to say that the Board of Education, this dedicated group of unpaid elected officials, is devoted to openness and transparency, as well as continual improvement for how we serve our constituency, which is the primary reason we are having this discussion tonight. There has been some recent public concern about the board's established norm as it relates to speaking with the media. The board norms are reviewed, discussed, and agreed upon at our annual retreat, most recently held on September 11th, 2021, which was a noticed meeting in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. There are multitudes of reasons to have a spokesperson for the board, many of which I presume will be part of this discussion we have. All of this aside, the norm does not prohibit board members from speaking to members of the press, which is to me what was hinted in both the recent New Mexican editorial, as well as the letter of concern we received from the New Mexico Foundation for Open Government. There is no gag order, and board members can choose to speak with the media if they wish, and if they are available to do so. Nor does this long-established norm prevent us from communicating effectively with our constituents or dissenting with the other members of the board. Our constituents communicate effectively with us via public forum, as well as individually via email, and we continue to pursue additional avenues for communication with our community, such as we just discussed. For me, I want to reiterate what I said last week, which is that I view our current system as the epitome of transparency. By making our statements, whether in support or in dissent, or simply sharing our thoughts and opinions during the public meetings that are video recorded for posterity, we eliminate many potential complications that may arise from being misquoted or misrepresented out of context. I don't want to say one thing to someone on the phone, another via email, and another publicly. I want to share the same thoughtful message to everyone, the media, my fellow board members, and our constituents. And the right place to do that is here. In closing, I would like to encourage us, all parties involved, to rededicate ourselves to this valuable partnership, which calls on us to be truth tellers and truth seekers, to serve and to give voice to the voiceless, and to do the real and hard work of furthering democracy through education. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Bose. Are there other comments, thoughts on this from the board? I guess I'll go ahead and say, I've thought a lot about this as well. This has been a really hard issue for me recently, because I realized, and I've asked myself, why am I not sleeping? Why am I waking up and grinding my teeth about all of this? And it's because I really do care about issues of transparency. And as Secretary Bose very eloquently put there, we've worked hard in lots of ways to improve this. And Board Member Anderson put the previous item on the agenda before this came up. So it was already something that she was bringing forward. And I think, as many people know, I spent the first 10 years of my professional career as a journalist for BBC News, BBC Television News, and BBC World Channel. And, I was raised professionally by what I would say the most proper public broadcasting entity out there, because the BBC is not subject to congressional or parliamentary appropriations in its funding. It is structurally set up to be a really good public broadcaster because it is funded by a direct tax known as the license fee that people pay into the BBC, which is then governed by a director general and the board of directors. And so professionally, I was raised in newsrooms by journalists who said, you know, I am responsible to the public because they pay. There was no politics involved. It's just a directly funded thing, which we do have public broadcasting in this country. But I guess in those 10 years that I worked in that newsroom and I worked with those folks, I learned the structural difference of being funded directly by the people. And really the only thing that is a parallel in this country is the government, because the media, even public broadcasting, does have politics in between it and the people, which, you know, in Britain they don't. And I guess I'm disappointed in how it's played out, because this particular instance with the letter from the Foundation of Open Government, the ironically named acronym FOG, and the media coverage subsequently has been just, in my view, super shallow, and it hasn't looked at the deep work we've done to increase transparency. There was some, what I would say is even just logical fallacies in saying that we don't represent, or implying that we don't represent or listen to our constituents by having a norm of a spokesperson to the media. And I just don't think that that's right. And, you know, despite the fact and the estimate from the New Mexico School Boards Association that 75% of the school boards in the state, we received this letter for fairly shallow reasons, not because there was any substantive departure, and it wasn't sent to everybody that we did this. And I don't begrudge anybody their role in this. You know, I've been thinking about this. We all sort of have our roles to play. The Foundation for Open Government, FOG. I can barely get over that. And the media as well. But as we consider whether to adjust this norm or what we do, I do think a lot about Lorraine Price, who was often a vociferous defender of this. And she never had the conflicted view inside her that I have on this, as she was never a reporter. She was really always a district person, and she was very clear that the norm existed to minimize dysfunction and discord, and that they're sort of different foundational things. You know, sometimes the media has an interest in controversy, as you know, to drive clicks and that sort of thing. And so I will be thinking about Lorraine and wishing that I had better remembered all of the specifics that the specific points she made on this. But I do think that, you know, we have to think about this as something that serves the district, and, you know, how we can serve the public in our roles at the district to get good information out there. I really appreciate all of the work that's been done by this board, the superintendent, the previous superintendent, to be transparent, particularly in the time of COVID, the COVID dashboard and the recent improvements are, you know, I feel like we're working on transparency all over the map. And, you know, that is the depth of working on transparency and good communication that I crave. And I hope that at some point that will be recognized by the folks that have been involved in this particular episode. And I guess I'll just finish up by saying Secretary Bose super right on in that this is a norm to sort of streamline communication and unity around how the board speaks to the press, but I never saw it as a prohibition, as clearly Secretary Bose didn't as well, on speaking. So, however, if we want to adjust things, if we want to not adjust things, if we want to designate a spokesperson that is different from the president, there's lots of options before us, but this has been a hard one, and I really just want to emphasize that the transparency issue is something we need to continually improve and push on and ask about, as I believe we really have been doing in substantial ways. And the other thing I'd say is that I did ask Tony to be here in case we needed any of the guidance from our attorney, who does deeply understand why there is coaching around this through the School Boards Association and why this is a widely held norm with so many boards in our state.
If it pleases the board, I'd like to take 5 minutes just to offer a rationale, and you can reject it. This is obviously the board's prerogative. But I want to start first with the concept that obviously you all are here for service of the community, to communicate the direction, educational prerogatives, and needs of this community as a board. And I think all of you know from your basic training, you all function as a unit. There aren't 5 of you that get to go in 5 different directions. And so one of the things when I was thinking about this, I said, what's the community interest here? Some of the community interest is a coherent message, coherent leadership, coherent direction about what this board, not each one of you, is doing. And there's actually tremendous risk with each of you speaking and doing your own thing and going in whatever direction you want, that people are going to be confused about what's been accomplished, what you've decided. And so there's a couple of evils here that we're trying to avoid. And one of the things I want to point out, this isn't a disservice to your community. This is a disservice to the newspaper that you won't talk to them sooner, that you won't talk to them when they want you to. So I want to make that clear, because one of the evils we're trying to avoid, and I would think they would line up with this, the Open Meetings Act prevents you all from sort of advanced polling, like Kate going to Carmen, going to Sasha and saying, hey, how do you guys want to vote? What do you think of this? The Open Meetings Act requires that you do what you're doing right now. Get together, talk about it in the open. The public gets to hear it. They get to hear the debate. They get to hear the discussion. So what do you think happens if you say one thing to the newspaper and then Kate reads it in the paper and then Sarah, hears it about the article somewhere else, and pretty soon, maybe we start to build a consensus in advance of the meeting. Are we doing a disservice to the public? Perhaps. So there is some reason to wait to have your discussions at your meetings. I mean, that's what the public policy is anyway. They don't want smoky backroom deals. I would suggest they also don't want polling in advance, leveraging in the newspapers on your votes. The other thing we're trying to avoid is on the back end, after a meeting. One of you who loses, Carmen loses the vote, she's mad. She gets down, yeah, how'd I do, Carmen? And Carmen gets so angry all the time. She gets down off the dais after the vote, she's upset. She said, I can't, and they put a microphone in her face and she says, I can't believe the board just did that. Angry in the moment. And board members will do that. And what does it do? It undermines the direction of the 5. It undermines the message you're trying to give to the public. So, lest you feel like you've been robbed of your opportunity to speak your mind and let your constituents know what you think, you will notice in every vote you took tonight, there was a motion, a second, and then a very important part, discussion. If somebody wants to know in your district what Carmen thinks, what Sasha thinks, what Sarah thinks, what Rudy thinks, they can record your comments from the dais and they've got your quote. There it is, for the public to know where you stand. And you haven't advanced polled, you haven't come out afterwards and undermined the direction of the board. There's a rationale. And that is why the NMSBA has a policy in place that says we want, or at least we suggest, and they actually have it incorporated in policy, that there be one spokesperson for the board. And that's to avoid the confusion. It's to avoid the post-motion fights. There's a rationale for it. The newspaper may hate it because they don't get to ask you in advance what you plan to do, but there's a rationale for it. Now, I would argue that I think it's best practices, that I think it sends a coherent message. I have had boards that say, we think that's dumb. We want to be able to talk as much as we want to the press in advance of our votes. And we're publicly elected from our districts. We have the right to go out and advocate for our positions. Either is valid. Either is valid. From a school lawyer's perspective, I like one coherent message because it's also easier for me to manage as a, as a piece of communication from a lawyer's point of view. So that's the counterpoint. What this board does with it, it is a norm. You're not married to it. It is a norm. You walk away from it. This board does not have a policy. You can change your minds willy-nilly. I would probably suggest that though that there be some meeting of the minds, although because it is a norm, this board could simply, board members could just simply decide they're not going to follow it. And that has happened before with other norms. So as Kate may recall in other instances. So and anyway, there's my 2 cents. Thank you all for the time.
Madam President,
Go ahead, Vice President.
thank you. Very well said. Well, we some of us know where this came about, how it came about. Marion Price isn't here anymore, but nonetheless, all three of you said it perfectly in my mind. And Kate, Madam President, please get some sleep. You did an excellent job, and I appreciate that. And I'm okay with the norm of what we're doing. But good job. Thank you all three for explaining that and bringing that forward because I agree with it. Thank you.
Board Member Anderson.
Thank you, Board President Noble. And I second everything you said, Board President Noble. As you all probably know, I'm a communications consultant, and it is in my day job to talk to the newspaper and to be the spokesperson. And my name is in the newspaper quite enough. But I do think that there may be some sort of via media here, which I think, as everyone has mentioned, this is a norm, right? It's not a policy. It's not a law. It's not set in stone. No one gets censured if they speak to the media or offer comment. But one of the things that we talked about is sort of when there are these important issues where, let me back up. One of the things I think that we talked about that is important to me is just that people have as much access to us as possible. And as Board Member Bosé, as Secretary Bosé mentioned, our email addresses are out there. Board of Education is front and center on the website. Our email addresses are there. We get emails. I don't get nearly as many emails as I would like. I would love more people. Even I invite anyone who's angry, anyone who's thrilled, please write me an email, or call me, or get in touch with me. However, send a carrier pigeon. But one of the things that I think not as problematic about the norm, but that might be ruffling some feathers, is that the news is very easily accessible, right? You can log on at any point, and you don't have to wade through a meeting. It is difficult. I think it's important that we acknowledge that it's difficult to wade through an entire meeting to get to a section about comments. And part of the problem there is that what we say and do is not always being reported in the media. That the important things that we're saying and doing are often not reported in the media, not to drive anyone's story or say what should and shouldn't be in the newspaper, but much of the work that we do just isn't covered. And I think that is a slightly problematic access point. So I said in the newspaper when I was asked what I would comment on, I sort of glibly said, I'll know it when I see it, which is true. I think that there are certain things that are important for us to speak on. There are things that I think are important to message to my constituents in ways that I might not be able to reach them via social media or via a meeting, that may be important for me to offer insight on to a journalist, but it's certainly not you know, something that I feel like President Noble has already spoken on, or certainly not, you know, polling ahead of the meeting. I do think it's important that we acknowledge that we have such a great board and that all of us have really good heads on our shoulders, and that none of us wants to fight in the media or be pulled in the media or be pulled in any direction. And that we are all very well spoken and like I said, smart folks. So I don't necessarily think we have to catastrophize what could happen. But I do think that sticking to a norm of having a spokesperson is really important, because it really cuts down on the amount of noise that's out there. So I second everything everyone has said, and just wanted to add my piece in case I get a call for comment later. I want to make sure that I've said something on the record. So thank you.
Madam President,
Secretary
I
Bozay.
also just kind of wanted to say that by having a spokesperson, that person isn't like, that person isn't sharing their personal opinions. They're summarizing the facts as they know them to be, which we all know them to be, and relaying the important, you know, tidbits to the media. It's not, you know, it's not, oh, well, we'll just let the spokesperson say everything for us. We've said it, but you, because it's been you, have heard it and can distill it and can pass it along. And you have had close communication with the superintendent. And so you know those things. It's not, you know, it's not that practice is by any way shutting out the other voices. It's just a unified voice. I guess that's what I'm getting at. Thank you.
I would add that about, I don't know, 80-90% of the time that I have been the spokesperson and spoken to the media is actually just talking reporters through background processes, orientation. We have a complex world of lots of regulations. So you know, a huge amount of the time is just, and we've had, I think, at least 4 different reporters covering education at the New Mexican during my time, maybe even 5. They've all been familiar with the norm long before it came up. But again, you know, just a bunch of the time is talking folks through like how it works, what the rules are, what's a policy versus, you know, you name it, and the superintendent and what the best practices are in the school board member training, that we are a unit, you name it. It's a lot. And I do want to also say, to board member Anderson's point, I also often wish I got more emails. I think that this board is exceptional at responding, engaging, thinking about how to better hear the voices and engage constituents. I know that a lot of us have shared that passion as elected representatives. And just to say that the superintendent did forward, there is a policy, an official thing, 114 on board protocols on roles and lines of communication, which includes what Tony said: the authority of the board lies with the board as a whole, not with individual members. And it also includes principles governing communication between board members and parents, employees, and other constituents in the district, that says the board and individual board members may and should be open to discussions with employees, parents, and other constituents at any time concerning current or proposed matters by the board in establishing policies and overall direction of the district. So, you know, and I appreciate the work in bringing forward the relevant policy that literally does encourage us to do, to be more open and discussions. And anyway, so what do we do with this one?
Madam President,
Yes.
I'm okay leaving it as it is. That's our norm.
Okay.
I think Board President Noble and members of the board and superintendent, I think, you know, we can make clear here that, like we've said, it is a norm. And I think that's just really important to emphasize, that it's a norm. It's not a prohibition on anyone speaking. Like, we can reaffirm it as a norm. We're not reaffirming it as a policy, just so we're clear that it is a norm and that we are not going to get in trouble if one of us chooses to comment about something. So I just, as long as we're clear that it's a norm, I think it's important to sort of reaffirm it here.
May I say something? So, you know, when we talk about norms, I want to be clear. A norm, as I define it, is what each board member can expect of the other. I would much rather this board just say, we don't have a norm. It's not our expectation. But, you know, a norm, all I'm saying is that, you know, typically what we do on these kinds of things, we've had meetings, we've had extensive meetings about what this board's norms would be. What are our expectations? It voted on them and accepted them. They don't have the binding force of law, but they have the binding force of the motions of this board. So I would tell you that I think until a board gets or a board norm gets rescinded, it's sort of an expectation. So I lean towards something more explicit. Get in, get out. Do it not. Something like that. So I don't know what the board's pleasure is, but I think probably everyone would benefit from clarity.
Board President Noble, one of the things that I mentioned to you was that we could potentially alter the norm such that should a member need to comment, that they go through you, you know, not for your permission, but sort of, you know, touch base with you and inform you and make sure that you're aware. I don't know if that has any, I'm throwing it out there. I don't have particularly strong feelings one way or the other.
Board Member Anderson, that's actually a great suggestion, not a terrible idea. Let me tell you why. I think because it tracks something that already exists. One of the policies that the board has, I'm just thinking about things that apply in my context. When a board member wants to talk to council, they are supposed to call the board president and say, hey, here's what I'd like to do, or here's what I'm planning to do. And it is designed to be a buffer, because if Kate says, you know, we're already dealing with that, or you don't need to call him, or, you know, we're trying to save some money, don't call Mr. Ortiz on that because, you know, we're dealing with that issue in another context. It's designed to be a buffer. And that's all I'm saying is that kind of structure exists. It's not a bad idea. So, and that's what I mean by perhaps there's some, you know, some explicit statement of what your norm could be, that you just modify it, as opposed to, maybe you don't have to toss it all out. Maybe it's a modification. It's a great idea.
I think that's a wonderful suggestion as well. And I also would like to give the board president an opportunity to not be the spokesperson anymore if she is over that. It's been a lot of years through lots of difficult things, and I could guess that some of your stress is related to having that role rest on your shoulders for so long. So I just want to throw that out there as well.
I appreciate that. And, you know, I guess I sort of like the idea. I mean, there is, I mean, I'll put it this way. I generally like talking to journalists because I was one. I love them. So I don't mind it, but I actually love the idea and have sort of entertained in my head, Secretary Bozé, that you might be the spokesperson, because I think you're good at it. I think you're pretty responsible responsive, that's the part of the job, if anything, that is a little bit weighty, is just that reporters do have deadlines and need to meet them. And I think we all know and feel that it's important to be responsive for them. But yeah, I guess I'd say, and if you're up for it, or if anybody else wants to weigh in, I think it's a great idea. There's no rule, and we could do an and both, that if we designate, let's say, Secretary Bozay as the board spokesperson, that the agreed norm is to do then also as board member Anderson suggested, which is to inform the spokesperson if there's a need or intent for somebody else to talk to the media.
Well, I guess I am amenable to being the spokesperson, but that would be my next question for Tony then. When he, Sasha's board member Anderson's suggestion of running that through you, I didn't know if that was in your capacity as president or your capacity as spokesperson.
In talking to the lawyers, it's, I think, in the capacity as board president, that's been the norm.
That's a policy actually too, I believe.
Is it? Okay. But I think it would be a norm to do it through the designated spokesperson, president or not.
Okay. That works for me.
Tony, do you feel the need to squawk about any of this?
I am not squawking. I'm trying to help here. So no, I think you've got the building blocks of where you want to go on this. It seems to me, I thought board member Anderson's suggestion was a great one, which is it provides some middle ground. It provides sort of some built-in sort of organizational pieces to it, so that the body itself is protected, and there's some thought given to impacts on the board before things are kind of moved around that way. I thought it was a great idea. So whether you decide to move the spokesperson to another member of the board, all these are subject to motion. You guys have moved these things around like Legos. So whatever works for you.
Board President Noble, can I just say I really like the way we work together. I think this board is exceptional, and I appreciate the way that we're working together to make this amenable to everyone, and also just to serve the district through communication better.
There's something I want to say really important. This board almost never gets in trouble for any kind of even alleged lack of transparency. I mean, it should not be missed on the public that this board is a, tip of the spear on transparency as far as public entities go. So, I look at this as you guys are tinkering around with improvements. And I think you all are beyond reproach in terms of trying to be open and working with the press over the years. And in the many years I've worked with SFPS, it's been exemplary in that regard. So, yeah, in any event, how you all tinker with this, I think, is just along the lines of improvements. It's not fixing anything wrong.
Any other thoughts? I think the proposed norm on the table is that Secretary Bozay is our designated spokesperson, and that the rest of us go through her around speaking to the media. And as ever, this is a norm and an agreement that provides some expectations that are held among us as board members. Okay, well, I think we have agreement, hearing no objection there. Thank you for your service,
Well,
Secretary Bozay.
Kate, can I suggest a motion and a second and an adoption of that? Is that
Sure.
You don't have
Is
to.
that
but
okay, even though it's not an action item?
I thought you had it as, it has possible action.
It's board discussion and possible action. We are and have in practice made actions on this sort of thing. So I'll go ahead and make a motion that Secretary Bozay is designated as our spokesperson, and that our agreed norm is that we go through her around any media comments for board members who are not her.
A second.
Okay. I think board member Anderson got there first. Any further discussion?
Madam President, just to clarify that that is not to go through me for permission, but just to go to me for a heads up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll do a roll call vote. Vice President Garcia,
Yes.
Secretary Bozay,
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
and I also vote yes. Thank you for your service, Secretary Bozay. Okay, moving swiftly along, we are at our other board discussion and possible action item, the superintendent's annual evaluation. Obviously, we did discuss this personnel matter in executive session, and I think what we need to do in open session is talk about when we will do the evaluation and contract consideration for our superintendent. And I believe that Saturday might be the preferred. It looks like there's nodding from a couple board members. I would hope we could do this sooner rather than later. As we look at our advanced planning, we'll have a study session, I think, on the 27th. I believe that the suggestion is also to not do next week's meeting. So does anybody have strong feelings about what Saturday would be good to set aside a 2 to 3 hour time block to do the superintendent's evaluation and contract discussion?
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Gonzalez.
how about the 22nd or the 29th of January? Is that too soon?
I don't think so. But maybe
Get this done fairly soon so that we have, so that this, everybody knows what's going on.
yeah.
Madam
I would-
President,
Go ahead, Secretary Bozay.
my preference of those two dates would be to do it a little bit later, especially if we are meeting in person, which I do think that this is a discussion that's better had in person with COVID protocols in place. I just, for myself and my family right now, we are very much kind of back to being locked down, for lack of a better term. And so I just, the next 10 days, I don't think is enough time for me to feel comfortable meeting in a public place with a group of people. So that would be my preference, to wait until the end of the month. And I'm very hopeful that things will be better by then.
The only problem I have with waiting till the end of the month is that I am going to be working at the legislature, and near the end, we're going to start working on the weekends as well. I know that.
Didn't you suggest the 29th? I was just saying that I thought that that Saturday would be good.
The 22nd is the one I had suggested. But the 29th, and especially if we do it late, like, I think Sasha, you need it after 2 or something like that. I
Yeah,
might,
let's do it in the afternoon. Let's not do a 8 o'clock on a Saturday meeting kind of thing.
Rudy's bringing tortillas anyway. Okay, so 29th at 2, 3, 4, when might we want to start, if that is?
2 sounds good to me so that we don't cut into, I know, a
Dinner.
lot of it dinner. Yeah, with our kids and our and our everything. That works for me if it works for everyone else.
That sounds good to me.
Dr. Gonzalez is nodding. You think that'll work for your legislative work schedule?
I'll make it work.
Okay. Vice President Garcia, good for you?
Yes, that means
Woohoo!
tortillas or what?
Yes, please.
You're good. Okay, yes, that's fine.
It's afternoon tea tortillas. For that time.
Could be made into tortilla chips for queso tortillas.
Bring guacamole.
That's Saturday, the 29th, 2 o'clock, approximately 2 to 3 hour block. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, oh yes, we need you too, Tony, don't we?
Oh, that's debatable, but I was planning to be there.
I would appreciate it, even though I have so much faith in this board and this process.
I'm happy to do it. Thank you for including me.
And Superintendent, will that work for you? Because we will want you to dip in and dip out of that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Um,
And per Secretary Bose's suggestion, I think that's right, that, and Superintendent, you and I can work on setting up and figuring out the logistics of this along with your team. But ideally, we would figure out somewhere to be, distance, masked and in person. And Secretary Bose and everybody else, just to say that obviously things are moving, we're all watching infection rates, and we can always have a fallback plan to do it virtually, even though obviously I would agree with Secretary Bose that the preference would be to do it safely in person.
And Kate, the only other thing that I think should be, perhaps the board might want to discuss with Larry tonight and now is, what kind of expectation the board would like to have of him in terms of providing either material or presentation or something to you all with regard to the evaluation content and discussions. And that's a discussion you can have offline, but I didn't know if you wanted to do that here and now.
I mean, you tell me. I was thinking that I could talk him through that.
I certainly think that that's fine. It's not necessary to have any sort of board motion or action on it. I just didn't know if it was subject, if there were any board members who had strong feelings about what should be in that. That's all.
But doesn't that verge towards evaluating him in public?
No, I'm not talking about, all I'm saying is what kind of presentation do they care about? Do they want a booklet? Do they want something? What do they want from him prior to that time in terms of materials that are responsive? But are you talking about, but no, they can absolutely receive materials from him in advance. That's not evaluation in public. Nor am I suggesting any sort of discussion about exactly what his evaluation is right now. Certainly not. So just talking about the content of presentation, if the board wants to talk about it. If not, yes, Kate, you can talk to him about what, and I'm talking about Larry like he's not here. That's a conversation you all can have after this meeting without a problem. Any board members care deeply about this?
Madam President, I think it'd be great if the superintendent would come forward with what his proposal is, what he's doing, what he's done, where he's going, what we're going. Something kind of a resume type thing, for lack of better terms, to get it to us. Just my thought.
So, okay, I'm confused and a little bit uncomfortable here, but
No, don't be. I'm not proposing anything improper. What I'm suggesting simply is the superintendent typically provides the board with some sort of feedback on the evaluation criteria prior to the evaluation taking place on the 29th. The board members have that, see it, either that or he can do it in presentation form on the 29th. I'm just simply asking if the board members have any preference as to how that is brought to them, or if the superintendent right now has any strong feelings about how he'd like to present those materials and that information to the board. It's simply a discussion topic. I wanted the board to make sure they had an opportunity to say something about this if they care deeply. And maybe the superintendent wants more time to think about how he wants to present that too.
okay, so we have an evaluation form with the categories that are PED guidance, whatever it is.
Right.
And I think the hope was, if and I'm a little confused and I'm tired here, but superintendent, we're going to give you that. And I guess I'll just go ahead and say that my hope is that we leave it up to you as to how you want to tell us whether you are, or make a case as to why you are exceptional in any of the areas, and whether you want to provide that in written form with a certain amount of advance notice. You could do that. You could bring a presentation to the evaluation moment. When you see that, and as your workload unfolds, I guess my preference is to give you as much leeway as to how to provide us your thoughts on how you're meeting the areas outlined in the evaluation section. So I guess if I understand Tony's request or guidance correctly, it is, does anybody feel strongly about whether he gives that to us 72 hours or some number of hours in advance, or how he does it? And I guess I'm saying my preference is to give the superintendent as much latitude to do it however he wants to, however he wants to bring us that information.
I second that.
Definitely agree.
Yep.
Okay, I think that's easy then.
Okay. Okay, can we move on to advanced planning? We've got a plan there. Superintendent, I believe the thinking is that we can cancel the meeting set for 1:20 and go for 2 weeks from now with a study session that will have some approval of consent agenda and other items needed for district business, but it will focus on COVID protocols, safety protocols, as well as some discussion around our reimagining process. We should then add on the 29th at 2 p.m. Forgive me, Board Member Anderson. Is that the right time? Sarah's nodding. Okay. And we'll work on, and Tony will help get us the right agenda for that. That will be primarily an executive session for the superintendent's evaluation.
And Madam President, I did want to say that the meeting on January 26th for CRC is that night. It is not tentative. We did not have a meeting last night. That will be our meeting for January, which was also a question of Vice President Garcia's earlier. So January 26th, next CRC meeting.
thank you for clarifying that. Not tentative, firm. Anything else on advanced planning? Seeing none, I think we can go ahead and call this meeting. It's been quite long enough. I missed you all. But this is a lot of hours in a chair, so I'm sure we all need to get up and stretch. All right, well, given that we are now adjourned, thank you all very much. Thank you, staff and team, for your patience and support tonight, and we'll do it all again in a couple weeks.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you, everybody. All those
Thanks,
faces on the
Tony.
screen. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Weaver.